What's going on, guys? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know how we do it? Oh, yeah. And yeah, 100%. I just want to get some 5 by 5s that you can hear me because I am having a little bit of technical difficulties. Been having a problem with my audio. All my audio went down, so I had to set up audio on a camera. So I'm hoping you can hear me, man. Just let me know before we get this party started. Let me know, let me know. I am live. How's it going, guys? Hopefully you can hear me. We're gonna have a fun one tonight. I kind of got burned out on doing all the serious stuff, so hopefully you can hear me. Let me take a look over here and see if I can check myself. Well, looks like I got something. Looks like I got something going on here. All right. So you know how we do it, 100%. Now something's going on with the video. I don't know what's going on. It just looks like my screen is all screwed up. Having some issues. Let me see if I can make some changes here. Hey, what's going on, Jody? Good seeing you. Sorry about the delay, guys. So I have a really nice a really nice microphone, and the damn thing hasn't been working. And I was wondering why the hell does it sound like I'm in an echo chamber when I replay these videos? Well, because the thing is not it's not tuning up when I do the lives. So hopefully, let me see here. So I'm trying to like get my studio set up because I've been spending this whole time trying to figure out what the hell is going on, guys, with my freaking doggone. Let's see here. So just work with me because we're gonna have a long one tonight. So hopefully you got plenty of time to spend with me, Jody. So I am attorney Michael Ehline, and I am an attorney licensed in California and Texas. I hope my audio doesn't sound too much like I'm in an echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And tonight we're gonna do DEI hires gone wild, the crazy edition. So I've been covering Leticia James and Fannie Willis and all these DEI hire crazy people, and I can't get enough of it, man. And so I've done a bunch of research, and I actually found that the reason why black males are leaving the Democrat Party is because they don't like the black leaders that the Democrat Party has selected for them. And so I'm going to play a video for you there. And I'm hoping to get Nate the lawyer or Hannibal on with me sometime because I always end up doing reaction videos on their stuff because I think they've got the best freaking material on the internet. So hopefully I've got some decent sound. Hey, what's going on? Nah, good seeing you. And yeah, I'm just chilling, having a good time here. Hopefully you caught my live stream this morning. I was with my son at like 0500 at the park doing some PT, and I discussed the latest case of U.S. versus Peterson. It's a firearm suppressor case. I hope that you guys liked it, where I discuss that yes, firearms suppressors are an integral part of a firearm, and they can actually help protect you from hearing loss and help you hear other people around you as well. So you'll be safer if you ever are in a situation where you have to be using your firearm for self-defense. But what I'll do now is just tell you a little bit about who I am if you don't know already. I'm attorney Michael Ehline, and I am an attorney licensed in California and Texas. I've been practicing law for about 20 years, and a lot of my stuff is pretty serious. Many people say that I'm a little right of Attila the Hun, but I'm actually a libertarian. And so there are some things that Trump does that I like. For example, I really like what Pam Bondi's been doing at the DOJ, trying to push for more Second Amendment rights. I like that kind of stuff. I don't like the idea of getting involved in a war with Israel. I'm strike that with Iran. I don't like that at all. So 100% says, I was at the gym. I started to tune in and let my gym buddies hear you. Right on, man. Well, hopefully your gym buddies saw that there's still a few God-fearing Americans who believe in duty, honor, and country. I've got one of these standing desks, but I bought a leaning chair, so I'm trying that out for the people that are just joining me. I've had really bad sciatica, just a process of getting older, and then injuries from when I was in the Marine Corps are starting to really rear their ugly head. So I'm doing my best to try and get that handled, taking methylene blue and all kinds of supplements, trying to get squared away. But 100%, what does your buddies think? Did they like the show? Let me know. Did they? It was the show this morning, right? You were at the gym at freaking 05. You must be back east. Nobody gets up when I get up. Come on. That's crazy. All right. It's still, looks like I look like Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Let me just try to fix my lighting a little bit, guys. I mean, I look like freaking Snow White and the Seven Dwarves here, so stand by. Just going to try to turn it down a little bit. Just looks like I got a little bit too much light over here. Let me see. Maybe that's a little better. What do you guys think? I'm not on fire anymore? Man, that was wild. I'll try to get this light over here squared away. Yeah, so for those of you just joining me, oh, you're up at 4? Okay, so you're a West Coaster. All right, that's cool, man. All right. You must be former military. I can't get any work done unless I get up super early. I got a couple of kids. I homeschool my kids. So, and I take my son to judo. I got lucky tonight. My wife's taking my son to judo. So I said, I've got depositions all week. So I'm going to do DEI hires gone wild again because this was always fun for us to do. And I've got a bunch of new material. So hopefully you guys will like it. So, hey, Jody, how you been doing? Everything good with you? And 5x5. I think I've seen you once or twice in here. I'm glad to have you. Still having some technical issues trying to set up my webcam, and my audio has been all screwed up, sounding like I'm in an echo chamber. I switched over to Restream because I like the layout. I think it really looks sick compared to StreamYard. So that's kind of what I've been doing. Okay, Texas, right on. Well, I'm a Texas lawyer. And as you know, I'm a hardcore Second Amendment rights guy. I believe in the God-granted right of self-defense, and I don't think there should be any firearms restrictions, to be honest. The only restrictions there should be is the restrictions on the public schools and the educational industrial complex brainwashing our men into being pansies. What do you think? Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with that. Turning all of our boys into girls, trying to tell boys that they're girls. It's ridiculous. And so we're seeing now, and it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm running into dudes at the gym. I'll have a Marine T-shirt on or some kind of patriotic red, white, and blue, and some guy walked by me and go, "Trump, dog, Trump." It's a black dude, and I'm thinking, I thought all black people voted Democrat. What's going on? So I struck up a convo with a couple of these guys, bodybuilders. They're like, "Hell no, them Democrats is lazy and shit, and they all trying to keep our women on Section 8. Like, what the hell? Really? You believe that? Absolutely, dog. Trump is the man. Now, after they tried to put him in prison, they treating him just like a black man. It's like it backfired on him, it looks like. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, right on, man. Well, 100%. I really do primarily catastrophic injury cases. And if you watched my show this morning, you'll see that there's not a whole lot of money to be made in Second Amendment rights unless you charge by the hour. So what I try and do is make some money off these catastrophic injury claims, do a good job. I primarily represent vets who get in motorcycle accidents. And then what I do is I'll set aside some of that cash to take on causes for people who are having Second Amendment rights issues. And I'll work with Alan Beck, who's one of the preeminent Second Amendment rights lawyers in the country, and with Dick Heller of the famous case District of Columbia versus Heller, to try to raise awareness, go to the SHOT Show, just get it out there, what's going on in this world, and talk about how the lefties are trying to take away our self-defense rights. So, yeah, right on, man. Right on, Frank Fortina. I agree with you. Newsom is a piece of garbage. Just a human trash dumpster, right? Fire dumpster. Dumpster on fire. Yeah. So anyways, I'm talking to these guys, and then another black dude walks up. He's like, "Oh yeah, man, F Pamela Harris. She just was chosen by all them woke mother effers, and these guys sound like me, I'm like, whoa, this is cool. And I'm like, hey, you guys ever shoot? And I'm like, oh hell yeah, because I'm in Nevada. I'm all, really? Well, let's go shooting sometime. So I'm going to go to the gun range with like 4 or 5 bodybuilders, some brothers that I met at the gym the other day. And that's the way I do. I'm like a preacher preaching the word of self-defense. So it's kind of cool. And so I'm doing this video today about the DEI nonsense that the woke left has been pushing on us and our children, trying to tell boys that they're girls and trying to tell girls that they're boys, and doing it with a straight face. That's just crazy. Give me a bunch of ones if you think these guys are complete lunatic nut jobs to try to push this crap on the American people. And I'll tell you what, if you're a black man, this is the show for you. If you don't believe in DEI and you want to return America to sanity, this is the channel you want to be on. I'm telling you. Uh, Yeah, so I'm just looking at the comments too, guys. So forgive me if you're looking at my ugly mug sideways. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just looking at the comments. I still haven't got my studio set up exactly how I want it. I should probably move my monitor over here because the comments are on the right side. So I got to look all the way over here to look at your comments. Hey, that's cool. I'm a member of the Gun Owners Association of America, and I support them quite a bit. The NRA got too politicized for me. It's like I want to support someone who doesn't support any gun legislation. I want to support someone who supports overturning all this firearms legislation because it doesn't make you and I safer. All it does is help criminals and make these commies that are in government think that they did something good. And usually it just gets the uneducated single female on welfare vote, right? So that's pretty much what it does. Yeah. So hey, Kinetic Customs, good seeing you, man. They buried this video, did they? I got to get rid of the blue buddy with the vertical. It's too much of a similar shade. So you don't like the blue? You don't like the blue? Hold on a minute. Too similar to the shade, so it makes it really hard to read the chat. Okay, so I'm not totally understanding. Are you saying the thing that's scrolling on the bottom of my screen that you don't like? Because I'll fix it right now before we start the show. I got my wife to take Gunner to judo, so I'm ready to put in an evening with you guys so we can have some fun. I miss you guys. Getting up in the morning, I miss probably 90% of my audience when I do lives. Yeah, GOA is great, Frank Fortuna. Fortina. Let me just take a look real quick. Let me see if I'm able to change anything while I'm live. I'm presuming that you mean this thing at the bottom. How does that look? Does it look better when it's an orange? Is that what you meant? Purple background is fine, but you've got a blue bar on the bottom. Okay, how does that look? It's orange now. Or do you guys think I should change it to like a red? What do you think? Does that look too gaudy? You know what I'm saying? Is that too gaudy? Do I look like a pimp now? If I look too pimpy, let me know. I'm trying to make myself orange so I can look like Orange Man Bad up there. What do you guys think? I know there's a little bit of a delay. Okay, so I changed it to an orange color. Maybe that's better. We'll try it this way today, guys, because I don't want to mess with it too much. So anyways, like I was saying, I ran into these black dudes at the gym, and they're all bodybuilders. And as you guys know, I used to be a bodybuilder. And let me see here, anything other than white. Okay. And I used to be a bodybuilder, so I still train at Powerhouse and a couple other bodybuilding gyms around Nevada and Las Vegas. And I'm trying to get back in shape. Having sciatica, I got depressed because I couldn't work out, and so I started eating junk, carbohydrates, comfort food. Put on about 10 or 15 pounds of body fat, and I'm fighting it. Going on long walks in the morning. Even the sign behind me doesn't look good. There's too much white. All right, so hold on a minute. I got you. See, Rami and I like that sign, but let me see if we can change. We could switch it up for you, brother. Hold on. What about if I go back to my marble background like this? You like this one better? What do you guys think of that? I'll give you a couple seconds. I want to make this thing look good for you guys because I'm here for you. I'm not here for myself. I don't make money off these shows. Once in a while, somebody will throw me a super chat, but I'm not Chili de Castro. I don't make thousands of dollars every time I go live. I'm an attorney and I make money practicing law. And when I get donations from you, it makes my wife happy because she hates it when I do these shows. Because she's like, the 2 hours you spent on that live, you could have made $1,000 working on a file. And we need that money, Mike. And I'm like, yeah, but I need some sanity. These are my friends. I've been doing this for over a year now, and these are my buddies. So this is, for me, a recreational activity. And I've made a lot of friends, and I text a lot of you guys. A lot of my moderators have become really close friends of mine. So this is a way for me. Oh yeah, Juneteenth, dog, for reals. Hell yeah. Yeah, Juneteenth, my brother. We're gonna do the Juneteenth and shit. All right. So hopefully you guys like it better with the marble granite background. Maybe makes me look a little more elegant. I don't know. So anyways, so I'm talking to these guys and I end up making friends with them, and they're like, hell yeah, Trump, baby. And I kind of let them know, look, I'm a libertarian. I don't really support Trump on a lot of his stuff. They're like, F that, man. Trump is the shit. He got charged with all these felonies by these a-hole scumbag Democrats, all these women that should be at home on Section 8, and they all got jobs as prosecutors, and they all suck. And he's just chewing out, saying that they hate Pamela Harris. They don't like Fannie Willis. They don't like Letitia. They feel like the Democrat Party is purposefully trying to put black people who are stupid in charge of the prosecutors and stuff to try to pander to them. And I was like, that's really interesting. What about black women? And they all have white girlfriends, and they're like, F that, man. All they do is they're just angry, and they're all on Section 8. And I'm listening to these guys going, whoa, that's wild. I mean, isn't that racist? They're like, oh, hell no. It's because the Democrats put them all on welfare and broke up families. And they sound like my conservative buddies from the Marine Corps. And I'm just like, wow, this is wild. Like there's a sea change happening in this country. Yeah. So, okay, cool. Right on, brother. All right. So, hey, Gloria Ad, good seeing you, ma'am. Outstanding. I'm glad you made it. So, Kinetic Custom says that helps a lot. You have streaming boxes as well. You need to change the color of the lettering of those boxes. Okay, the streaming boxes, you mean that orange color? Here, I'm going to do that right now. I'm thinking that's what you meant. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can make it a little better for you. Hold on. How does that look just in blue? Does that clear it up a little bit? Or should I put it to like a purple color or something? What y'all think? What you think, y'all? Should I leave it in the blue color, Gloria, or should I go with a red? What do you guys say? Red or a blue? I need to know, guys. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm glad Jody made it too. Hey, what's going on, Cannon? What's up, Devil Dog? Love having my Marine brothers in here. That motivates me. And that's why I come here, because I don't, in the legal community, you don't really meet any Marines or blue collar people. They're all college people, wokesters, progressive commie liberals. It's like you can't even have a decent conversation with them. They're just so brainwashed by the public education system. Homeschool your kids, guys. That's all I can tell you. Homeschool your kids. Get them as far away from the blue-haired mafia as you can. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Let me see here. Let's see if we can find a better color for you. Do you like that color, guys? You want red? Okay, well, let's do red. I'm going to do it. And then after I do the red, we're going to move on into getting the show on the road, guys. So I put it in more of a not a super bright, crazy red, but more of a red that sort of reflects my refinement, like a rouge, maybe a rot, like a deutsches rot, yeah? So hopefully you like that one a little better. And Craig Moose says that homeschooling is child abuse. Well, you're on the wrong channel. The Rainbow Flag Mafia, the gay bar and all that, that's down the street, bro. You can leave the channel. It's okay. You can unsubscribe. We don't need you here. There's plenty of other people that you can spread all of your Luciferian satanic crap with. How's that sound? All right. So, all right, cool. I'm glad you like it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and right on, Cannon. Thank you, brother. So we're going to go ahead and get the show on the road. We'll start with the very first video, and I'm going to take you through the progression of how the radical leftist commies have basically isolated black males and turned them into MAGA Republicans with their feminine, what do they call that? Antifa, like effeminate males, men who think they're women, and all that stuff, and how they've just turned off like a lot of black voters, and how they basically, by Trump getting all those Democrat convictions against him that are all going to be reversed on appeal, by the way, has won over a large segment of the black male population. And it's really interesting because you would think, because they're all Democrats and they meet the definition of the woke, they were hired just because of their skin color or their gender, that somehow would appeal to these guys. But no, they're just like normal guys. They're like normal men, guys. And so I was hanging out with these guys at the gym, and so I started doing some research. And so the first thing I want to do is share with you the devolution of the woke movement, the anti-American, what do they call it? Cultural Marxist woke movement, where they replaced critical theory with critical race theory. They thought, Obama and all of his effeminate buddies thought that they would start a race war. And instead, what they've done is they've turned off a large part of their voter base. And I'll tell you, these guys were pissed about all these illegal aliens moving into the inner city, getting more benefits than their baby mamas can even get, right? And I did a short earlier today that shows you how they get all these free benefits as soon as they sneak across the border. They make more money than you. They can make like $4 to $5 grand a month in government taxpayer-funded benefits. Pretty wild. Yeah, that's right. Frank Fortina says affirmative action in the 70s and 80s is today's DEI. It killed his career as a California firefighter. Yeah, they were putting like females who can't even lift a ladder into these firefighter positions so they could feel good about themselves for putting a woman who could never even pull a guy out of a fire, like a heavy person out of a fire, if there was a fire. It's just the stupidest crap I've ever seen in my life. But see, the thing is, there's still enough people in this country with common sense to where they're catching on. And they see that it's just pandering, right? Trying to appeal to people based upon their race or gender. I think most people want someone who is legit, like who really earned their position in life. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's how I feel. I don't want to have someone in power because they're white or green or orange, or if they're a woman, I want to make sure that they have the qualifications. So Harvard's been really doing this. Communist China has been flooding tons of money into our universities because they know that if they can feminize our men and turn our women against us, that they can destroy our society. And so they do that by funding our school systems. And that's what the KGB started that. Communist China took over. We know that they're playing a big role along with Walmart in funding these insurrections all across the country. Notice how the leftist press doesn't call it an insurrection when they cause billions of dollars in property damage. But a 3-hour riot in D.C. lasted 3 hours, packed with Antifa members dressed as Trump supporters, right? And FBI agents dressed as Trump supporters basically incited these people, and they invited them into the Capitol, opened the doors for them, and then charged them with an insurrection. By the way, there was nobody actually charged with insurrection. That was just all made up by the press. So just keep that in mind. No insurrection charges ever happened. I'm a lawyer, so I know this stuff. So hopefully you guys don't watch Communist News Network and PMSNBC. I mean, if you watch any one of those news stations, even Fox, it's all just basically regurgitating the same stuff. Hey, what's the matter? You? Good seeing you. Now that is weird. So one of the things I'm going to ask you guys to do is make sure to click the notifications bell, because we know that YouTube doesn't like conservatives and libertarians like me. I mean, it's run by the same people who helped Communist China develop their security system to spy on their people. They literally helped them do that. And that's the same one that they want to bring to America. They're already doing it in California. They're copying Canada. And we don't want that. We don't want surveillance. We don't want Palantir. We're all about freedom and liberty. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. So let's, hey, Matthew Howell, good seeing you, man. I love having What's here. Hey, What's I hope you got my show this morning. I did cover a little bit about case law and jurisdictional splits, but I'd love to have you on sometime to talk about your point of view. What's the matter? You doesn't believe that we should have case law. And It was carried over from English common law into the American common law system to make sure that there would be parity between the states and the federal systems. If somebody disagreed on what something meant, it could be decided once and for all what it meant. So we wouldn't have differing views. So if you go across the border with your marriage license, right, the other state might not honor it, right? So we had a big thing with interracial marriage, and you guys know I have an interracial marriage and I got mixed kids. And obviously, if I move to another state where they say you can only marry a white person, that would be a problem. I might get thrown in jail and they wouldn't recognize my marriage, right? So that could be a problem. So, yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Well, I appreciate it that someone told you. So everybody, yeah, make sure to do that. Hit that bell and always make sure to hit that like and subscribe button before you leave today, so we can we can give this video a little bit of love. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the first video. So an orange man came into power. This is one of the things that I do like about him, is he really wanted to get rid of this DEI garbage. It's just such bullshit. It's ridiculous. So Harvard is pushing all this racism and stuff, and he basically, here, let's let him talk. You guys can see what I'm talking about.
I think Harvard's a disgrace. I think what they did was a disgrace. They're obviously anti-Semitic, and all of a sudden they're starting to behave.
Harvard University is changing the name of its Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office to the Office of Community and Campus Life after battling with the Trump administration over its DEI initiatives. Sherry Charleston, Harvard's chief diversity officer, now the university's chief community and campus life officer, announced the restructuring of the university's DEI office. Charleston says, quote, "We will take these steps to make this change concrete and to work with all of Harvard's schools and units to implement these vital objectives." The announcement came just hours after university lawyers and the Trump administration held a conference regarding the government's freeze of $2.2 billion in federal funding. Harvard University filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration with University President Alan Garber accusing the federal government of seeking, quote, "unprecedented and improper control over hiring and curriculum."
Fruitcake alert.
Garber says, quote, "No government, regardless of which party, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue." 2 weeks ago, the Trump administration sent a list of demands to Harvard that included abolishing DEI directives. The Education Department has also opened up an investigation into the student-run journal, the Harvard Law Review, for allegedly engaging in discriminatory practices.
Bunch of racists.
A similar complaint against Harvard Law Review was dismissed in federal court in 2019.
Hey, who would have ever thought that the modern Democrat Party would become the party of racism? I mean, I can't believe it. Well, yeah, actually, it makes sense. I mean, they are the party of the Ku Klux Klan, so that kind of makes sense. All right, so let's get into the next one. So this is where I was at the gym the other day, and I'm talking to these brothers, and they're bodybuilders, and they're telling me, I want Trump, I want Trump, I hate Democrats, I don't like this DEI stuff. I'm happy that they're making it harder for our women to get Section 8 because they all have attitude problems, and they're all dating white women, and they're telling me that their baby mamas just sit home and collect a Section 8. And I'm like, what the hell? So I did some research, and I found this really cool YouTube video, and I think you're going to be blown away when you see this. So you can hear it from somebody who sounds exactly like one of the dudes that I talked to at the gym. This just blew my mind, man. You guys are going to love this. And look, this is going to be kind of a fun day for us, all right? It's not going to be so serious. So hopefully you guys are going to like this video. Let's get into it.
I secretly recorded my parents finally being fed up with the Democrat Party. That's what this post reads. Now, this moment is not scripted. It's not political. It's real. You have a mom and a dad who've been ride or die Democrats their whole lives, and they're finally waking up to the truth. Check this out.
Don't y'all ever put a dress on my son. Did I give y'all permission? No, Mr. Johnson. We taking it right off now. But why did you put it on him?
Right. So here we go. And this happens all the time in California now. You have all these radical rainbow flag mafia public school teachers. We know the NEA and the California Teachers Association are run by radical anti-American Marxists, in my opinion. And so they're trying to tell boys that they're girls. And this involves a teacher putting a dress on a little boy that belongs to this man's family. And he is just livid. And they're like, this is not my Democrat Party. But by the way, I left the Democrat Party right around the time all this DEI crap started. Being a Marine, I cannot stomach putting someone into a position of authority just because they like to suck another dude's unit, or because a dude wants to wear a dress, or because it's a black woman or whatever. I want to see that these people are qualified. And so when I saw this video, I just got shivers up my spine. I was like, damn, dude, I'll vote for this guy.
So just like the majority of black baby boomers, my parents were lifelong Democrats who just left the party and they're fed up. They had no idea they were being recorded, but check it out, it's hilarious. Listen to my mom, how calm she is and how nice and Christian she is, then listen to my dad's response.
Going is against the word of God.
Right.
I cannot support any party that's that's against the word of God.
Amen.
I'm sorry. I refuse.
Not only that,
I
they can say
I
a man
stand
have
up
a
for
baby.
what I believe.
A man have a baby. A man have a baby. I want to see it with my physical eyes.
Yeah, me too.
I want to see this with my physical eyes. I want to see the baby come out as a baby, as a male, with all the male parts. I'm going to watch him grow up to a certain age, and I'm going to watch him have a baby. Can you produce that to me? If you can't, get out of my face.
That's
because
another
you're lying.
thing. You know, well, they not male or female. Let them determine what they're gonna be.
Oh, yeah,
really?
that's happening.
Oh, really?
And you go to jail if you
God
don't.
created all things, you know, and they not male or female. Let them decide. You got a 4-year-old. I'm not a girl. I'm a boy. Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay, you a boy, baby. Okay, let's go shopping.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Let's go shopping. Mommy get you whatever. Where's the daddy? Who knows?
Exactly.
You know, because more than 9 out of 10, the daddy ain't gonna stand for it.
And that's what it's about. The left in particular wants the man to be as far away from the mother as possible. And that's what the Great Society was all about under Lyndon Johnson. You can't collect welfare if the birth father lives with the birth mother. If you put the birth father's name on the birth certificate, good luck getting welfare benefits in Section 8. And so it basically created a generation of dependent voters. And this black woman, she's obviously still with her man. And you can tell they're of substance. They've got a nice house, beautiful marble countertop. You can tell this dude's a worker. Just look at his forearms. This is a working man. And yeah, man, so let the stereotypes go, guys. This is legit. These people are no different than you or I. They're just hardworking people. They're believers. They believe in God. And that's the one thing the Democrat Party does not believe in. We know that Tim Walz was just endorsed by the Church of Satan. And we know that most of these hardcore lefties go to these satanic parties. They're into spirit, whatever they call it, spirit eating or whatever. They're just weirdos, man, like the P. Diddy parties and all that satanic crap going on at Epstein Island. And we know that the Republicans do it too. I'm not just saying it's Republicans, but it's primarily the left. So let's keep on listening.
It may be an AI. Now, you can make an AI however you want to make an AI. But I'm saying this. I want to see a woman, make sure she's a woman, have a male, watch this male grow up the right way without y'all cutting on him, and then I want to see him have a baby.
Right.
I want to see this from, I don't want you telling me what can happen. I want to see it for myself. I don't care if it takes 15 years, okay, I'll be 80. And I want to see it.
And that's something that would never be seen.
I want to see
it's
it.
impossible. It would never be seen. We know that. We tell them that. But they
Right.
so dumb. They believe it. They actually
Tell
believe it
it.
themselves.
I know.
Oh yeah, a man can have a baby. Oh
That's all they
really?
got to do. People
A
in
man can have a
Congress.
period.
And I ain't
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
another
no
one, period.
doggone seahorse neither. I ain't talking about no seahorse. The male's seahorse having kids. Okay, I don't believe it, but I ain't saw it neither.
Yeah, and that's what these guys at the gym were telling me, these black dudes, these bodybuilders. They were saying, why is it that the exception has become the rule with the Democrat Party? I'll never vote Democrat again. And this is like 5 dudes, man. They're all bodybuilders, buff. And they're like, I'm done with the party. These guys blew it. The only people who are staying with the party is my baby mama because they hate Trump because he got rid of the Section 8 benefits. Let's keep listening.
But they say that's what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's what
they
say.
say.
They didn't say that's what happened.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
But I ain't talking about no seahorse. I'm talking about a man.
That's right.
Period.
The rule,
Show
not
me
the
a
exception.
a man, physical man, not an AI, not something that you've been created in the lab.
XY chromosome.
I want to see. I want to see it. I want to see a man and a woman. I don't want to see them with my physical eyes, but I want to know they're the only 2 in the room. That's all I want to see. I want to make sure they're the only 2 in the room. You know.
That's funny.
I don't understand.
That's
It's
awesome.
impossible.
I can't believe.
Sounds
this
like my
is
dad
so
when he was
hard
alive.
to believe that society, that we're in a world like today, you know?
Insane. Right?
Oh man, it's crazy to think that this is happening. I mean, lifelong Democrats rejecting the party's direction shows how deep the cultural shift is right now.
Huge.
People are waking up, and I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see it, man, because it's about values and it's not about hate.
That's right.
You know, we raised to respect our elders,
That's
but
right.
sometimes it's the elders who say exactly what the rest of us been thinking for years. Now that right there, this clip right here, this is a black family waking up, and you don't hear, and if you don't hear the shift in a rhetoric, you just wasn't listening, man. I don't know what to tell you, dog, because they not renting, they're defending faith, they're defending their family, and they're defending freedom.
That's right.
Seriously. These Democrats lied to them their whole lives. And I said, again, they're fed up. Transgender ideology, anti-family they spoke about, fake science, according to them. And, it all finally pushed over the edge, man. It all got pushed over the edge. Now, black baby boomers are walking away from the Democrat Party.
Big time.
What does that
Big
say
time.
about the Democrats and what that party has went wrong? You know, it sucks.
Well, I can tell you, as a lifelong Democrat, the Democratic Party left me. I didn't leave the Democrat Party. Period. And I think he feels the same way. Let's keep listening.
It takes shock to get people to see the truth, but it's okay, man. Some of us was tone deaf. And Stephen A. Smith actually called the Democrats tone deaf. Listen why.
I will say this to you. When you look at the state of affairs right now, I'm looking at Newsweek just a few days ago. Trump is gaining traction within the Democratic Party. Black voters, young voters. He did it during the election, but it seems to be the trajectory.
By the way, give me a bunch of ones if you think Stephen A. Smith is really a closet MAGA. But unfortunately, his masters over at the Communist News Network, or wherever he works, he's going to lose his $20 million a year, whatever he's making, if he supports what he really believes.
Seems to be going in a forward direction. You pointed to the mayor of Chicago and his stance and how counterproductive that appears to be. You showed Jasmine Crockett. They haven't realized yet that if it's AOC or it's Jasmine Crockett, there's a reason Sean Hannity shows them every chance he gets. He wants them to be illuminated. He wants them to be front and center for the Democratic Party because it will ensure that the Republicans are going to win in 2026 and 2028. I'm just saying.
I'm not hiding it.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I got you. I'm not faulting you for it. I'm simply saying it shows you how tone deaf they are because their focus seems to be on doing anything, being the antithesis of Trump instead of helping to govern the country. And when the book comes out and that stuff is revealed, it makes it even worse. I'm
waiting for the day you come back on this show and say, Hannity, you were right about Donald Trump. He did a good job. Stephen A., we love you. Appreciate you.
Excuse me. There's some things that he might be doing good.
I got to go.
He ain't doing everything wrong. Not everything. All right.
We love you. All right.
Goes back to when I was asking where the party went wrong. That's where they went wrong. The whole party got infiltrated with TDS, and even Stephen A. Smith is calling them out now. We know Stephen A. Smith is an undercover Trump supporter. Trump supporter, nothing else. I wasn't alluding, nothing else. Anybody trying to twist my words, all right? But he said it himself. Democrats are obsessed with being the opposite of Trump instead of actually governing. And that's why
How do you guys feel about that? I kind of feel the same way. It's like if Trump said, I want to abolish the Federal Reserve, which we all would like to see, right? And get rid of the income tax or no tax on tips, the Democrats would be against it just because Trump supports it. That's another reason why I have a hard time with the Democrats, because they just, all the common sense and logic goes out the window, right?
Continue to see the Jasmine Crockett's, the AOCs. Yeah, we're going to keep propping them up and showing y'all that this is the leader. Oh, man, you don't have to be a Republican to realize that that's a losing game. I'm just saying. Now, Stephen A. Smith is a Kamala voter, self-proclaimed.
Probably Jordan.
But, I can see him turning, and that says a lot. I'm telling you, putting Jasmine Crockett and AOC at the forefront isn't strategy. It's straight sabotage. Now, I want y'all to check out exactly what we mean by this TDS. This woman is going to break down the Trump hate disorder. What? Everything is Trump's fault all the time. Ugh.
It's a certain group whose whole personality now, since the election, revolves around hate. They don't even have a personality anymore. Their whole personality, everything about them revolves around hating the president. They don't post about their accomplishments no more. They don't post about what their kids doing, their spouse. They don't have no birthdays, no anniversaries, no holidays. They literally get up in the morning. They wake up. They don't even know if they pee hole work yet. They get up, don't know if they can walk, nothing. They just grab that phone and go find whatever anti-Trump hate memes they can post on Facebook. They don't even know if they right lawn working yet. They just know, I just woke up, so I need to spread hate about the president of my country. Honestly, they don't have nothing else going on, and that's literally their personality now. Their whole personality is, I hate the president. I have never seen anything like it, and you wonder why people stop listening to y'all and really ain't even going towards that party anymore, because you're literally insane.
By the way, give me a bunch of ones. Look at how this woman is in shape. She looks like she takes care of herself. The exact opposite of the standard Democrat today, right? They're all just eating garbage food, and the big pharma loves them so much, right? You can sell them so many drugs, get money from Obamacare, make millions of dollars. Unbelievable.
At this point.
Literally. At this point, I don't know what that party is. The sister right here, she's telling on half of America. She's snitching. No, for all the right reasons, because, you know, the Trump obsession is real. The TDS is real.
Hey, wait a minute. So I just saw a comment there. Wait a minute. So hold on a minute. Jacoby Williams says that Trump is closing thousands of public schools. That's amazing. Great job. See, that's another thing. That's another great thing that he's doing, because we know the public schools are just basically Marxist re-education camps that are destroying the minds of our children and turning them into the rainbow flag mafia. So that's great. I homeschool my kids. I pulled my kids out of school when they started pushing critical race theory, started trying to tell my kids that white people, especially white males, are oppressors. Are you kidding me? Oppressors? I don't have time to oppress, guys. I'm too busy trying to pay the federal income taxes that were hoisted upon me at Jekyll Island. I don't have time to worry about your skin color. I want to make sure that if someone attacks this country, that you're going to be next to me fighting. So I could care less about any of that crap. That's just all propaganda, guys. Get your kids out of public school as soon as you can. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree, guys.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, in Liminoids, if you know, you know, I won't fix it. And it's ruined people's ability to live normal lives. Forget birthdays, accomplishments, and even family. We've been seeing videos of people disowning their family and disassociating themselves. It's all Trump this.
That's one thing I don't see is conservatives playing that game where they try to disown people. It's always the lefties. I've lost a lot of friends. They're so upset at me that I'm pro-Second Amendment and that I'm pro-family and that I refuse to believe that white people are evil, that they've literally disowned me as lifelong friends for like over 20 years, disowning me and not wanting to ever take my calls because their left-wing wives told them that Mike's a racist, bigot, and a homophobe because he doesn't support the concept that boys are girls and that girls are boys and that firearms should be banned. I mean, that's not coming from the right, guys. That's coming from the left.
Trump that. I've seen people flip over a Trump hat before. I don't know. I feel like hating Trump has become a coping mechanism for people with nothing else going on in life. When your politics becomes your personality.
Yep. It's a problem.
I don't know, man. How can y'all call for unity but pushing hate 24/7 is my question. Is your identity built on what you love or who you hate? Something to think about. But I'm tell you, it's Trump all day over here, man. It's Trump all day.
It's been a long time since I talked about Trump on this page, and I say I'm done talking about Trump, but I'm back. One more time, that's it. If you don't like Trump, it's fuck you. If I know you personally, it's still fuck you. I still rock with you, no hard feelings, but it's Trump all day over here, bro. Like, for real. Like, hear me out. We just found out he's the reason why NBA YoungBoy came home. He's about to do this tour. And then they just announced Larry Hoover just partnered with Trump. Guess what? That means Larry Hoover coming home. Fuck is you talking about? Like I said, like Trump he do some fucked up shit here and there, but he's not a bad person. And if you really pay attention, I want everybody to really pay attention to comments, everything. It's only African, I'm gonna say fuck it, black females that been down, that don't like Trump, that down talk him out. It's only them, because why? No more Section 8 for y'all and no more food stamps. That means y'all can't just be lazy no more.
He kept it simple, man. His brother kept it simple. Trump all day. And he wasn't saying it for the views, man. You could tell he meant that. Why? Because actions talk. Action speaks way louder than words. And Trump moves, the move with Larry Hoover and NBA YoungBoy, First Step Back. That's why he's gotten loyalty, so to speak. Not because he's trying to convince people of Democrat. Well, honestly, he is doing that, but he's not doing the fear mongering. He's just more or less pointing out. I was going to say he's doing Democrat bad, woo woo woo, but I mean we're literally doing that. Anywho, Trump did more for criminal justice reform than Biden ever did. Let's just point that out. And
that is true.
People are feeling his policies, not the media spins. I don't know why do y'all keep trying to tell us black people that Trump is our enemy, and literal results say otherwise. Just saying. Who actually made your life better? Ask yourself that. Trump or the politicians still talking about him? Now, this new black Republican says he's never felt more supported. He's somebody who's been on the channel. I think this may be his third video on here. It's a X3. Yeah.
As a black man who just recently became a Republican, I gotta be honest. I have never received so much love and support from a party in my entire life. Republicans show you so much love and support, it's insane. Every person who's just been hitting me up, they're like, bro, welcome to the right side, brother. We've been waiting for you this entire time. Welcome aboard.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you my personal observations. I've seen that myself. If you're a leftist, Marxist Democrat, and you don't think and act exactly like them, they hate you. They want to throw a brick through your window. Whereas Republicans are like, hey, you're a black dude who wants to be a Republican, welcome to the family. It's a totally different mentality. I think it's because, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, that I think most Republicans are Christians and they follow the Martin Luther King, show me the content of your character, not your skin. And that's very similar how the Marine Corps was when I was in. We didn't care what race you were. We wanted to know that if there was a firefight, that you were going to stand next to me and you were going to put rounds down range. And if I got hit or I died, you'd make sure my body got back to my mother. And you don't see that with leftists or Marxist progressive Democrats at all. And like I said, these black dudes I met at the gym, they said the exact same things that these guys are saying. It's like uncanny. It's black males who are overwhelmingly turning to the Republican Party. It's blowing my mind.
Like what? Everyone's just super nice and happy over here. They're like, look, see, you finally woke up. You've been asleep this entire time. Welcome aboard. Like, whoa. Everybody's so nice and supportive over here, man. Like everyone's showing mad love. While I was with Democrats, though, it seemed like Democrats, they just think about their damn self. They don't give a damn about nobody else. It's all about, I want to put as much money in my pocket as I can, and I'm not sharing with nobody. This is so crazy to me, and I just want to say thank you to all y'all who are showing me love and support. Republicans, like, it's like...
And by the way, Rock, you're absolutely right about eugenics. And in fact, all the books that the Nazis were burning were actually books that were about, from that trans dude who was trying to promote transsexualism and transhumanism. They were burning that because they said it went against traditional German values. A lot of people don't know that he was burning books where they were trying to chop off body parts of children and stuff like that. And I'm not saying I'm a Hitler supporter or anything like that, but most people don't know that. They're, oh, Hitler burned books. No, he was burning books of this guy who was a drag queen, and he supported turning little boys into girls and little girls into boys. And that's the same thing that the Satanists are into, the whole Luciferian religion and Baphomet. Same exact thing. And the Democrat Party has absolutely picked that up. I mean, we have the Church of Satan just endorsed that weirdo Tampon Tim. And so black guys don't like it. So, by the way, for those of you who just joined me, I'm attorney Michael Ehline. I'm an attorney licensed in California and Texas. And I'm doing a show about DEI gone wild, and I'm just having a good time tonight. I'm a libertarian. I don't support either party. I think we should have like 30 political parties. But I just find it interesting that the conservatives tend to be more open-minded and more willing to accept people who are like not mentally ill than the left. Let's keep listening.
Like, it's the logical side. Like, I'm getting shown all the love in the world. People are hitting me up in my DMs like, hey man, like, I really like the videos, whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm glad you finally, you're not woke, you're awake now. I'm like, yeah. I just don't want to be a part of any more nonsense over there, you know what I mean, with Democrats in them. They can have that.
If I'm being completely honest with you, I had a pretty similar experience when I decided to go ahead and jump ship off the Democrat plantation. But he said it best. You know, I've never received so much love and support in my life. And at the same time, so much hate from the other side. And when I was on the other side, I wasn't receiving a lot of hate. It was just projected on me that there was a lot of hate coming my way. It was me doing it. That's what you hear when people stop following the narratives and actually start doing their own research and following their own experiences. Stop believing or stop being gullible to the point where they believe that they're not seeing what they're seeing. He wasn't converted. He woke up. Republicans showed him love because truth respects truth. You know, you got to ask yourself why more men, black men, we know, with the whole welfare queen situation, but why black men feeling pushed out of the Democratic Party? I definitely did.
That's true. So I just saw a comment from, it's probably somebody who works for the Communist Chinese Party saying that the Church of Satan didn't endorse Tim Walz. So just because I'm a lawyer and I don't like idiots, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video for you, and I'm going to let you decide whether or not the Church of Satan endorsed Tim Walz, because I work in a world of evidence, not emotions like the leftists, like this guy in the chat. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the Marxist Democrat Party under Tim Walz has become. So let's take a look. Let's have some fun. You guys ready? Give me a bunch of ones if you're ready to hear what the Church of Satan thinks of the Democrat Party, how proud they are of their brothers and sisters in the Democrat Party. You guys ready? Give me a bunch of ones if you're ready. Let me know. Let's go ahead. You guys ready? All you commies in the sidebar, do you want to see? Because I know you guys already support Baphomet and Moloch because you think that you should be chopping up body parts of children and be able to groom them from the age of kindergarten. So let's go ahead and see what your party supports. Let's go ahead. Here we go.
Democrats are legally allowed to worship Satan, just not Christianity. Just ask them.
2025, and I'm here to double check on what everybody's been talking about on social media, is this plaque in honor of our governor, Tim Walz, and it is from people that are supportive of his efforts, and there it is, right here in the East Hall. Lower level. It reads the Democratic Coalition of Satan Worshippers thanks Governor Tim Walz for not standing in the way of spreading Satanism in the state capitol building. Satan has a special place for you. And that's what it says.
Democrats are legally allowed
there you
to
go.
worship Satan.
So go back to CNN, probably the wrong channel for you. There's a gay bar down the street. Probably this channel's not the place for you, but just wanted to share with you that you're absolutely wrong. The Church of Satan absolutely has endorsed Tim Walz. And the Democrat Party is engaged in spirit cooking, like most of their members, P. Diddy parties and all that. The same things that Baphomet worshipers and Moloch worshipers support. So look, I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can here. I'm just presenting facts. So you're going to tell me that the Church of Satan doesn't support the Democrat Party. I just gave you a video of the Church of Satan literally honoring Governor Tim Walz with a plaque. So you probably should go somewhere else, because here we actually provide evidence and proof. So we're not like CNN.
Again, I always ask in all of my videos, when did logic and common sense become controversial. Don't make sense. And that ain't about red or blue. This is about people reclaiming reclaiming the truth. And the culture is shifting, y'all. Tell y'all it's only a matter of time before that shift hits the polls and continues to do so, y'all.
Yeah, so that's it, guys. So you see that you're seeing that black males are overwhelmingly fleeing from the Democrat Party, and you wonder why. Because black males are alphas for the most part. These are alpha males. Their culture teaches that men are men, and they don't like it. It's still, Martin Luther King still resonates today with the black population. So there you go. So let's get into the next video. This is about woke liberal prosecutors. So this is the big thing. We know that woke liberal prosecutors went after Donald Trump in a big way to interfere with his ability to run for president because they knew they couldn't win in a fair election. So they trumped up all these charges. By the way, they're all going to be reversed on appeal. Don't think for a second that they're not. And they were brought by biased leftist judges and biased George Soros prosecutors. So, oh, he's been convicted of 1 million felonies. Oh my God, he's so terrible. Blah, 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 blah. Look, I know that you guys that are at Harvard or Berkeley, you really believe that, but all that stuff's going to get thrown out. But let's just go ahead and hear why the Democrat Party is losing the black male vote in droves. It's like not even close, guys, not even close. So let's get into it.
Mr. Hunt is recognized.
I cannot thank you all enough for being here. Thank you for sharing your lives with us. Thank you for sharing your stories. I greatly appreciate it, and being from Texas, it's an honor to be in your presence. In the 90s, mid to late 90s, New York City was considered one of the safest cities in America. When I was at West Point from 2000 through 2004, I took that train down here many a day. Had a pretty good time in this city, and I felt relatively safe when I did just that. But while Alvin Bragg is a Manhattan district attorney, his policies are not isolated to this borough. His pro-criminal policies are just an example of what Soros-funded district attorneys are implementing across our great nation. Their ideology is responsible for the death, rape, and robbery of innocent people across America, and it is disproportionately impacting poor black and brown people.
Absolutely.
In Democrat-run cities across America, criminals are given deference and victims are left to fend for themselves, as you have articulated today. Why do these Soros-funded district attorneys put criminals first and victims last? It's what they believe. It's who they are. Our cities are crumbling around us. Criminals are running rampant. And that's because district attorneys in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and even my home city of Houston are advocating for pro-criminal policies. And Alvin Bragg fits this profile in my home.
It was good seeing you, Frank. Sorry that I wasn't able to respond to your questions soon enough. I typically I try to respond to questions as much as possible. I don't even know what your question was. If I see one of those orange like super chat things or a green thing, if I see that, I'll instantly respond. I'll put your questions to the front of the line. Or typically I'll wait for about a half hour and I'll scroll up and then I'll take a little break and answer questions. So I'm sorry that I wasn't able to cater to your particular needs, but you could go to Harvard or Berkeley and I'm sure they'll cater to your needs. All right, let's go.
Humble opinion. Let's talk about Alvin Bragg. He's a woke, progressive district attorney with no different than any other progressive DA in our country right now. He was elected as a Manhattan DA in 2021. His policies should not be surprising, given that he was heavily supported by Black Lives Matter PAC that was directly funded by George Soros. In fact, George Soros donated $1 million to that PAC less than a week after endorsing Bragg. Under the guise of helping people of color, he causes them more harm with his pro-criminal policies. Since Bragg has taken office, New York City residents are worried about increasing threats of violence. Do you know who doesn't have to worry about violence? Alvin Bragg. Bragg is surrounded by men with guns every single day. But if you're a regular New Yorker coming home late at night on the subway, you may be robbed, stabbed, raped, or even pushed in front of a train. Do you know what the fastest growing demographic of gun ownership is in America? Black women. Black women. Why? Because they know they have to protect themselves in Democrat-run cities where criminals are allowed to roam free. That is a fact. Now, many of my colleagues on the left like to say that our justice system is two-tiered, that it favors the powerful and connected at the expense of poor people of color. But in Bragg's office, there's a two-tier justice system. It's criminals first and victims second, especially victims of color.
No question.
We have an opportunity to vote out DAs just like this, to make people that look like me and you, ma'am, safer. Let me take it one step further. Not just people that look like you and me. Every single American that lives in this country should feel safe to live in their own streets. End of discussion. I'm sitting here right now and I'm hearing Trump, 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 Trump. And at the end of the day, the people that are sitting here right now, they don't want to hear that. The only thing you want is safety. We are not grandstanding. I am not grandstanding. I can assure you, I would love to be holding my 4-month-old boy right now. But I am here to fight for you and to hear your stories and to allow you to tell your stories. And for that, I am forever grateful. And ma'am, you ain't the only one that's actually left the plantation. It's happening all over the country. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
All right, so that's just another example of black males are just overwhelmingly supporting the message of safety and less government is more freedom. It's unbelievable to me how this revolution that's going on in this country, that they do not like this woke stuff, guys. They do not like it. And that's why the public school teachers want to get their hands on your children, because they want to turn them into woke little low estrogen freaks. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. All right, so let's get into the next one. I'm just having a good time tonight. Guys, I'm attorney Michael Ehline. I've been practicing law for about 20 years, and tonight we're just having a good time. I've got most of my friends who are moderators in the audience tonight, and occasionally one of these whack jobs shows up in the chat and says, I'm bored, but they keep coming back to try to trash me and my audience and my moderators. It's kind of funny. But hopefully you're liking the show so far. And I'm a Second Amendment rights lawyer. I primarily do personal injury law, and then I use the proceeds from my settlements to help fund my real love, which is self-defense rights, firearms rights. I'm a firearms instructor, and I believe that you should always be armed and that you should homeschool your kids. Get your kids as far away from these freaks in the public school system as you can. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. If you're a father or even a single mom, if you're having a hard time figuring out a way to homeschool your kids, reach out to me. I've got plenty of friends who can help you come up with a custom program to homeschool your kids and get them away from this woke mafia, Democrat-run Baphomet, devil-worshipping freak show that's basically just came into existence almost overnight, starting under Sleepy Joe. All right, let's get into the next video, guys. You guys ready? All right, let's do it.
It's worth dwelling on. Los Angeles Deputy Mayor of Public Safety allegedly called in a bomb threat to City Hall. Like, what's going on here?
Flashback. As LA Deputy Mayor for Public Safety,
you're not going to get on it.
Brian Williams is tasked with overseeing the LA Police and Fire Departments, the LA airports, and Port of LA Police.
It's interesting. You're a longtime resident of LA. You're an African American man.
Yeah.
Probably, if anyone has good reasons to be concerned about our approach to public safety, specifically LAPD, it would be black men in this city.
Every day I approach this job with...
Thank you, Kinetic. So Kinetic Customs let me know that the reason the commie Marxists are coming back is because he doesn't time them out too long. So I appreciate that, brother. Because I love having him here, because I think that secretly inside, all men are actually real men, but they've been brainwashed by leftist Marxist public school teachers into thinking that men are women, and they probably have too much atrazine in their diet, right? So what we need to do is get them on a really good high nutrition diet. They need to stop injecting themselves with things that are deemed safe and effective by the government, and just start eating a high protein diet, hit the gym, and look at Playboy magazine once in a while, and you too can reclaim your manhood. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you think that even these men that are girly men can reclaim their manhood with proper nutrition, hitting the gym, and maybe reading a Playboy magazine. What do you guys think?
An effort to not just save the lives of the black and brown and other folks who are in our community, but to literally change the way we do policing in our community and again across the nation.
A few moments later.
And this story shocking to so many council members not yet wanting to comment as they try and understand why someone so powerful at City Hall, so close to Mayor Bass, Brian K. Williams, the deputy mayor of public safety, would do what's alleged, call in a bomb threat into the building where his own office is located.
A former deputy for LA Mayor Karen Bass has agreed to plead guilty to a charge he phoned in a fake bomb threat to City Hall.
So the deputy mayor of Los Angeles called in a fake bomb threat to his own office, and this idiot used his cell phone. Let's talk about it.
Well, the good thing about the Democrats, when they put these idiots in charge, the DEI hires, they probably have an IQ of about minus 50. So at least it's easy to kind of reverse engineer their stupidity and figure out what's going on. But here's another example of a total dumbass that the Democrats put in charge solely because of his skin color or something of that nature to try and hopefully win over some votes from a low IQ voter base. But it backfired this time. Let's keep watching.
Now, here's a message from our sponsor, Hillsdale College. History, economics.
I love Hillsdale College, by the way. I just don't want to get in trouble with CommiTube for promoting something, without disclosing it. But reach out to Nate the lawyer, guys, and let him know I want to be on his show and I want to collaborate with him. I think Nate the lawyer is really a great guy.
Brett, and the deputy mayor for public safety under LA Mayor Karen Bass. Now, Brian Williams served as the deputy.
Karen Bass, by the way, a self-acknowledged, self-avowed Marxist communist who hates America, who used to go to Cuba and basically conspire against the United States. This is a radical piece of trash. And notice how she took off to like Liberia or Ghana when LA was burning. And she still refuses to disclose her text messages back and forth about what was going on with the fires. But we know that she hates the rich and she hates successful people. And she wants to, control the masses with her DEI nonsense. But Karen Bass, absolute piece of trash. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
Mayor for public safety, being the liaison between the mayor's office and public safety departments, for instance, like the police department, fire department, and anything dealing with emergency management.
Deputy Mayor Williams oversees the LAPD, the LA Fire Department, the Port of Los Angeles Police, and the Los Angeles World Airport Police. Deputy Mayor will be reading a statement from LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
This is video of Williams at the swearing in of the new DA, Nathan Hochman, earlier this month.
Now, the deputy mayor believed that police were inherently racist against black people. Here he is talking about it in an interview in 2023.
It's interesting. You're a longtime resident of LA. You're an African American man.
Yeah.
Probably, if anyone has good reasons to be concerned about our approach to public safety, specifically LAPD, it would be black men in this city. Do you think that changes the way you approach the job?
It's more personal than that for me. I have two sons, Brenton and Braxton.
Hey, look, I agree that there's a problem with racism with the police department. The problem I have with the left is they constantly call in these fake calls, and like that one guy a couple of years ago, I forgot his name, Jesse Smollett, he called in a fake 911 call that he was attacked by white supremacists with MAGA hats, and it turned out that he'd hired a couple of his gay buddies, like hookers or something, to attack him so he could claim racism and try to revive his failing acting career. And we just see that happening over and over and over again with these DEI hires coming up with fake stories about being discriminated against And this is another guy that did the same thing. Let's keep watching.
Whom I'm extremely proud of. I wake up every day and I want them to be able to go about their daily lives in a safe manner. I don't want them to be stopped by the police and not survive. Every day I approach this job with an effort to not just save the lives of the Black and brown and other folks who are in our community, but to literally change the way we do policing in our community and again across the nation.
Now let's fast forward to October 3rd, 2024, where the deputy mayor announced that he had received a threatening phone call on his city-issued phone. He claims the caller was enraged over LA's support of Israel, explicitly stating that there was a bomb planted at City Hall timed closely with the Jewish holiday. Now, because of that, the building was evacuated, panic ensued, and the LAPD did a massive search of the building.
By the way, this guy is literally the LA DEI hire in charge of public safety, calling in a fake bomb threat so he can promulgate the myth that all white people are racist. It's just ridiculous. Let's keep listening.
But they found no bomb and found no suspects.
He began texting the mayor and other senior city officials, saying in the message, "Bomb threat." The male caller stated that he was tired of the city's support of Israel, and he has decided to place a bomb in City Hall. It might be in the rotunda. There was a brief evacuation. Police quickly deemed the message a hoax.
So now, don't forget, he doesn't trust the LAPD, so the FBI got involved to try to figure out who is making this call to City Hall, calling in a fake bomb threat. That was obviously a fake. Now with all that, something shocking happened. See, the FBI then issued a search warrant for the deputy mayor's home. And shockingly, they said that the deputy mayor probably is the one who called in the bomb threat.
And we begin with yet another FBI investigation at LA City Hall. This time, the feds are looking at a powerful member of Mayor Bass's inner circle. His name is Brian Williams, and he has direct oversight of the LAPD and LA Fire Department. The accusation that he called in a bomb threat.
Williams is a very prominent member of her staff. He's often speaks for her at big events.
And has oversight over some important, very important departments.
Big ones, like you just said. Tuesday, the FBI searched his Pasadena home. A neighbor who did not want to be identified saw the agents.
We saw these unmarked vehicles with super tinted windows, and it looked like two people sitting in each car.
Our Jasmine Veal tried speaking with Williams at his home.
Hi, Jasmine here with KCAL. Any comment, Mr. Williams?
Now, the deputy mayor wasn't really careful in how he actually carried out these bomb threats. Listen to the facts in the indictment. And I'm just going to say it. This has got to be the dumbest deputy mayor in the history of deputy mayors, because he called his own phone to make the bomb threat. Check it out.
According to a plea agreement and charging documents filed today, Williams was at City Hall taking part in a video conference call on April 3rd, 2024, when he allegedly used his personal cell phone and the Google Voice application to call his city-issued phone. Then, according to the court documents, Williams reported that he'd received a threat and notified the LAPD. There was a brief evacuation. Police quickly deemed the message a hoax. Federal agents searched Williams' home in December. He was placed on administrative leave. He had served as the mayor's liaison to law enforcement.
So now, they got him dead to rights. They literally have him dead to rights. So the deputy mayor, he eventually just had to plead guilty because the jig was up.
Former Los Angeles Deputy Mayor Brian Williams has agreed to plead guilty to threatening to bomb City Hall. The details from the plea agreement reveal Williams used an app on his personal cell phone to call his work phone on October 3rd of last year. He then called the LAPD and falsely claimed he'd received a bomb threat, then texted other city officials about the alleged threat. He's been on administrative leave since the incident happened, and it was on the news.
He's stupid.
Williams is charged with a single count of threats regarding fire and explosives. The crime does carry a possible prison sentence of up to 10 years.
All right, so he's pled guilty to the crime and he's facing up to 10 years in prison at sentencing. But let's think about this. How much time do you think the deputy mayor should have gotten? Number one, this bomb threat had a lot of racial undertones here with this whole anti-Israel piece of it. I'm surprised they didn't hit him with hate crime charges because that's seemingly what he was trying to do. Yeah. There's essentially been no motive really given, but I think if you look at the tone and text of the bomb threat, just for those who don't remember, here's what it said.
The male caller stated that he was tired of the city's support of Israel, and he has decided to place a bomb in City Hall. It might be in the rotunda.
So was it really the deputy mayor who was tired of LA's support of Israel and wanted to stop that from happening? But now my question to you is, how much time should he get? I'm saying a suspended sentence. I'm saying he should do nil jail time for this, but he should lose his license, obviously. And I'm assuming he should pay restitution. But I know some of you in the audience may feel a different way about it. Would 6 months be well? What about a year? I think 10 years is a little ridiculous. He has absolutely no criminal history. So if you're looking at what a reasonable sentence is going to be, he's probably going to be walking out of jail that same day with the conviction now, and I think the conviction is well deserved. But let me know how you feel in the comment section. My name is Nate the Lawyer, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Yeah. Somebody commented about the Jan 6ers. There was a 3-hour riot, dude. 3 hours. And the audience was filled with Antifa members and undercover FBI informants and FBI agents. It lasted 3 hours. One thing was stolen. You've got these Antifa and BLM guys causing billions of dollars in property damage. And I don't hear you complaining about them. So it's kind of weird. I don't know. It just seems a little biased. What do you guys think? Sounds like a lot of bias to me. So anyways, what do you guys think? I think the guy should go away for life, personally. I mean, he's a public servant. He's in an office of public trust, and he's trying to promulgate this racism narrative because that's how people like him stay in power, right? It's all about race. It's all about being angry and kill Whitey. Whitey's bad. It's got to stop, guys. I mean, this is America, all right? Just get rid of all your nonsense and start trying to run on values and issues instead of white people are oppressors and evil and all that stuff. It just doesn't work. You're losing control. It's outrageous. It's totally outrageous. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree with me. Give me a bunch of twos if you think I'm a tinfoil hatter. Let's do a little mini poll right now. All right, here we go.
I'm not mad, but I'm upset. You know why I'm upset? So the reason why I'm upset is because I was kidnapped. I don't have time because justice seems to keep skipping my row. I'm here to have a talk about a kidnapping and assault that happened to me by Leticia James, Ibrahim Khan, and 10 members of their staff back in 2014.
She said she was drugged, assaulted, silenced, and now she's calling out New York's top cop, Leticia James. This isn't a conspiracy theory from some random troll on Twitter. This is Angel S. DuBose, a former staffer in James' own office, and she's not whispering anymore. She's on camera naming names. And the real kicker about this, the media tried to make her disappear. Let's get into it. Leticia James built her entire political persona on holding powerful people accountable, like she was the people's attorney. But while she was doing all of that, her top aide was allegedly drugging and assaulting a woman behind the scenes, including one who directly worked for her. That woman is Angel S. DuBose. In this story, it's not new. The alleged victim is stepping out in front. She's not hiding anymore through anonymous sources or anything like that. She's telling her story in her own voice. She is done waiting for the system to care. So these allegations were first reported back in 2017. But then the article straight up scrubbed from the internet. Now Angel's back, she's talking loudly, and she got receipts. So this story started back from December 2014. It was an office party meant to close out the new year with laughs, drinks, and holiday cheer, will instead become the night where Angel DuBose says her life changed forever. She was a young staffer in the NYC Public Advocate Office under Leticia James, motivated, idealistic, and working her way up in city politics. She remembers the party vibe being typical at first. There was politicians, aides, interns, and insiders packed into a Manhattan bar. There was music, there were speeches, and there were drinks. And that's when she says Ibrahim Khan, Leticia James' right-hand man, handed her a glass. One drink, and that's all it took. She said not long after sipping it, she felt off. Her words, fuzzy, dizzy, like I couldn't control my body. She went outside to smoke, hoping the fresh air would help. Then everything went black. The next thing she remembers, waking up disoriented, soaking wet in the middle of the street, alone. Her phone was dead, her shoes were gone, and her body ached in ways that she couldn't explain. She said she knew something had happened. As her memory slowly came back into pieces, Angel remembered being taken to somewhere unfamiliar, a dark room, multiple voices. She believed that she was assaulted, possibly by more than one person. She described the experiences as ritualistic, haunting, like she was prey in some twisted ceremony. And the man she says orchestrated it all was Ibrahim Khan. And Khan wasn't just any staffer. He was James' enforcer, her right-hand man, a man known for having access to everything, meetings, campaign ops, personnel decisions. If you wanted to get to James, you went through Khan. Angel says that she reported the incident not long after to a supervisor in the public advocate's office. She filed a complaint in January 2015, but instead of sympathy, she said that she got brushed off. No HR follow-up, no interview, no support. She was quietly transferred to a different floor. A few months later, demoted, then fired. Her name faded away from city politics. And Khan, he got promoted. He stayed by Leticia James' side, helped run her campaign for Attorney General, moved with her to Albany, and became her chief of staff. So yeah, when people ask why Angel waited to go public or why is she speaking now, remember this.
Just really quick. So Julian in the sidebar says that you don't need weapons to cause an insurrection. It's interesting that none of the Jan 6ers were ever charged for trying to incite an insurrection. Number one. And number two, it was a 3-hour riot. That was it. It was 3 hours. We have real insurrectionists and seditionists burning American flags, waving foreign flags, trying to overthrow our country, causing billions of dollars in damage. And you guys say that it's a mostly peaceful protest. You have no credibility, brother. I'm sorry, man.
Spoke then, and they just didn't listen. So fast forward to 2017, Angel had stayed silent publicly for 3 years, but not because she wasn't speaking up. She had already reported the assault internally. She had tried the official routes, but after getting no traction, she filed a formal complaint with the New York State Division of Human Rights. And that's where the story actually went public. The New York Post actually ran an explosive article laying out her claims in detail. They named the man Ibrahim Khan. They printed her quotes. They reported that she believed that
yeah, it's like these Democrats, they have these crazy, like they're like having their way with women, allegedly giving them something, hanging out with them at Epstein Island, going to P. Diddy white parties or whatever they're called. And you don't hear anything about it on the news. It just gets whitewashed. You hear like anybody on the right or a white guy do something, it's like the whole world explodes. All you hear on CNN 24 hours a day, an insurrection, a riot. Oh, it's the end of the world. But when their people do, because we know CNN and PMS, NBC, ABC, CBS, they're all propaganda branches of the Democrat Party. So, of course, they're not going to talk about any of this stuff. And that's why you come to my channel, because you want to hear about the truth. All right. Give me a bunch of ones if you like the show so far. Give me a bunch of twos if you're a hater.
she had been drugged and assaulted, and that she was retaliated against when she came forward. It wasn't vague, it wasn't anonymous, it was loud, it was bold, and it was public. But Leticia James' camp didn't fold. They went on the offense. They called Angel a liar, said that she had been terminated for a cause, accused her of making up a story because she was disgruntled. They pointed to an internal review that conveniently found nothing wrong. Case closed, they said. No.
Right, Letitia, no one is above the law. James, oh yeah, get Trump, know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get Trump.
Apology, no independent investigation, no attempt to even meet with her. Just a PR shield and a political shovel to try to bury the situation. Meanwhile, Khan, he wasn't just protected, he was rewarded. James doubled down on her loyalty. Khan became campaign manager for her 2018 run for Attorney General. He was on the front lines of her rebrand as a fearless corruption fighter. And that's why he followed her to Albany to become the chief of staff over there. So imagine that. A man facing credible allegations of drugging and sexually assaulting a staffer is now helping manage the state's top legal office. It wasn't until 2022, after more women came forward in a new internal probe confirmed misconduct, that he finally resigned.
The charges are coming from one of the women whose allegations of sexual harassment led to the resignation of the Attorney General's closest aide, her longtime chief of staff. She raises many questions about how the case was handled, and others have wondered why the Attorney General waited until after she won re-election to make the case public. She is speaking out tonight as both the victim of sexual harassment from James' Chief of Staff, Ibrahim Khan, and as a former employee who doesn't understand how her case was handled differently from the sexual harassment case brought by the office against former Governor Andrew Cuomo that forced him to resign. She charges that James took more care to protect Ibrahim Khan than the women who accused him of abuse. I find it just appalling to see how the office handled this publicly, Ms. Quintanar, 33, said in an interview with the New York Times.
And even then, James' team waited until after the election to make that resignation public. That's not accountability, that's political damage control dressed up in silence. Here's where it gets even dirtier than a gas station bathroom at midnight. The New York Post from 2017, that one that talked about Angel's story, it's gone, deleted, erased like it never happened. Why? The Post claimed they had new info that Angel didn't name Khan directly. But if you go into the archived version, she 100% did. It's in black and white. So who made the call? Why now? This wasn't some typo or correction. This was a politically timed scrub job right where Khan was facing new allegations, right when James was in the middle of a re-election. But Angel, she was silenced, brushed off, deleted. So right now, as we are in 2025, Angel said screw it. She went public all the way. She's doing interviews. She's doing even theater and speaking engagements, fundraisers. She started a GoFundMe to finish her book and documentary. She's not asking for sympathy. She is demanding accountability.
Clearly she racist because she ain't supporting Leticia. You know what I'm saying?
She even thrown Leticia James into the fire, accusing her not just of negligence, but being in the room or a part of the cover-up. This is a heavy claim, but Angel is standing on it. Meanwhile, James acts like it never happened. No comment, no press conference, not even we take these matters seriously statement, just a whole lot of nothing. So this story isn't just about one woman's issues and her trauma, but it's about how power protects itself. Leticia James built that brand on calling out the predators until she had one of her own to deal with. Angel DeBose isn't famous. She doesn't have a strong PR team, but she's still here. She's still speaking out while everyone else in power pretends that she doesn't exist. But here's the part that makes this whole thing even more unsettling, is how the story got deleted. The original 2017 New York Post article detailing these allegations were completely removed from the internet. Not corrected, not archived, just vanished. That kind of vanishing act doesn't happen by accident. It smells like someone really powerful made a call. And that raises a lot of questions. Was there pressure from a political office, a campaign donor, a media exec who owed someone a favor? We don't know. New York Post usually goes after liberal or progressive people. I mean, it's basically a conservative leaning newspaper. But the fact that this article disappeared right around the time that Leticia James was trying to get reelected, and right when her aide was once again facing serious allegations, feels way too convenient to ignore. We weren't in the room that night. We don't know what happened. But erasing public documentation of this assault or alleged assault claim that's not how you're going to clear up confusion. It only sparks more suspicion. The deletion of her story isn't just a glitch. It's like a warning, a signal that powerful institutions might be still working behind the scenes to protect themselves and not the people they claim to serve. So this is not just about Angel. It's about how many of these stories probably have been deleted, ignored, or buried. And we need a real investigation, not into just what happened that night, but into why this story was buried in the first place. But let me know what you guys think about this situation. Thank you for taking time to watch this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Man, this guy's
I'm not
so
mad,
good.
but I'm
I
upset.
love this guy. Hannibal is hungry. You guys got to check out his channel. Hannibal is hungry. Make sure to like and subscribe to Hannibal. And hit him up and tell him, hey, man, let Ehline come on your show. I want to talk to this dude. I think him and I should collab, man. I think he's awesome. I think he's back east. He's got kind of a New York sounding kind of accent. If you guys know him, let's get him on the show. I want him here, man. I deserve to have you on here, Hannibal. I'm the single biggest promoter of your channel than any other person on the internet. Right, guys? Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. All right. And for those of you just joining me, I'm attorney Michael Ehline. I am a libertarian, but I like to expose corruption in the government. And I'm not a fan of DEI. I believe in a merit-based society. And you can see these low IQ, like minus 50 IQ idiots that the left has put in charge, the Soros prosecutor morons. And I just love making fun of them and exposing them because they're just so stupid. It's really easy to do. It's just like it's much easier than going to trial against someone who's somewhat intelligent because everything they say is just dog shit. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree. Now let's take a look at Leticia. By the way, guys, give me a bunch of ones for Leticia's weave. That has got to be one of the best looking weaves I've ever seen. Girl, I love your weave. All right, let's get into it, guys. You ready? Here we go.
Don't harm my city. Don't harm my state. Otherwise, you've got to go through me.
This is getting ridiculous. Is Leticia James trying to bury herself? Is she snitching on herself? Like, maybe it would be a good idea if she just said these allegations are baseless and just stop talking about it, because this doesn't make any sense. So I just dropped the video about Senator Adam Schiff, that what he was doing, mortgage fraud, and there was a clip that I put in there that is being discussed by a few YouTube channels about Leticia James and what she said just a couple of days ago. I think actually just yesterday. So
by the way, there's a Bible verse. I think it's Psalms or Proverbs. Pull the log out of your own eye before you try to pull the splinter out of your neighbor's eye. I mean, we saw the last couple of years the biggest conspiracy in the history of this country to try and prevent a man from running for president using Soros-funded prosecutors, low IQ DEI prosecutors, to charge Trump with crimes, go after his fortunes, come up with bullshit, trumped up charges, no pun intended. And of course, they're all going to be reversed on appeal. But at the same token, every single one of these people who came after Trump is being exposed as a charlatan. It's because they're idiots. That's the problem with the left. They put stupid idiots in charge of this stuff. They're so dumb. And just give them a bunch of money. Here, let me give you a bunch of money and just do this, and we'll get him off the ballot, prevent him from running for president. Yeah, you're good, girl. I got you. Just keep watching. This is crazy. This woman is an abomination. I don't know how she even got a bar card. I'm still befuddled why the New York Bar Association didn't disbar her for running on the platform that she was going to get Trump. Know what I'm saying? I'm going to get Trump. All right, let's keep watching.
So, guys, buckle up, because we might have just caught New York Attorney General Leticia James on camera slipping again. If you don't know, she's the same AG that's been going after Trump, throwing legal grenades at the real estate moguls, and just painting herself as the queen of ethics. But in this recent clip we're about to play, she says something that sounds a lot like an accidental confession. Yeah, we're talking about the mortgage fraud, the paperwork lies, the oops, I didn't mean to write that level of damage control. Let's just roll the tape.
This investigation into me is nothing more than retribution. It's baseless.
The probe centers on charges she falsified records related to her home in Brooklyn and loan documents for a Virginia property she was co-signing for a niece.
She literally put her dad on mortgage documents as her husband, and she registered as an out-of-state resident and then ran for like Attorney General of New York. I mean, these people are so effing stupid that it's like they'd have to be in a Democrat state, because I can't believe that if they were in a higher IQ state that anybody would take them seriously, right?
It has to do with the fact that on a power of attorney, I mistakenly indicated that I was a state of Virginia, but prior to that, I had indicated to the mortgage broker that, in fact, in bold cap letters, that I am not a resident of Virginia.
Methinks thou speaketh too much. Methinks thou protest too much. William Shakespeare. This woman is literally admitting and confessing to her crimes on live television. I'm telling you right now, I've practiced law for over 20 years. I have a hard time believing that she actually passed the bar exam. There's just no way. I'm suspicious that maybe she paid someone to sit for the bar for her. This woman is a complete idiot. She's literally admitting and confessing to her crimes on live television. She's admitting to federal felonies. Listen to this moron.
And never will be.
Okay, so did you catch that? Leticia James said, and I quote,
that I was a state of Virginia.
On the power of attorney, I mistakenly indicated that I was in the state of Virginia. A whole state. You became Virginia. That's wild. But all right, jokes aside, here's where things get really serious. She admits she wrote on a legal document that she was a Virginia resident, then turns around and says that she told a mortgage broker in all caps, in her words, that she is not a resident and never will be. Bruh, that is basically a direct contradiction on paper. And this isn't some Amazon return slip. We're talking about the mortgage paperwork tied to a real estate transaction involving legal residency claims. That's federal territory. That's the same kind of detail that regular folks get investigated for fraud. So either she didn't read what she signed, or she thought she can clean this up later and no one will notice. But here's the thing. When you are the attorney general, the top cop of New York, and you're telling the public, I hold people accountable, you don't get to shrug off serious paperwork errors like this. This is not just a typo. This is material misrepresentation. And for those who spend years chasing Donald Trump and other people over paperwork lies and real estate valuations, this just smells really hypocritical. When you think about it, imagine Trump saying, oops, I didn't mean that I lived at Mar-a-Lago full time. It was just a paperwork mistake. Leticia James will be on CNN, MSNBC before he even finished his sentence. So let's zoom up for a second. Because of this clip, this is not just a slip of the tongue, this is a puzzle piece. The whole thing connects back to the long list of weird financial red flags around Leticia James. That Virginia property that she signed a mortgage for. She told the court in other documents that it was her principal residence, but left off her official state financial disclosure. Then there's another Virginia property where she listed phantom mortgages that don't exist. Meanwhile, a real mortgage that does exist. She conveniently left that out. And let's not forget the Brooklyn house. Investigators are saying there is inconsistencies in how she reported ownership and occupancy. So, how are you accidentally misreporting property after property, year after year, in multiple states?
So the difference between her and Donald Trump, because I saw Wasamata comment up there, and I'm glad Wasamata here today. Give me a bunch of ones for Wasamata for sticking it out with me, even though we don't agree on everything, guys. He's a really good guy. The difference is that Leticia is an officer of the court, and she's over here saying, I'm going to get Trump, and he bad, and here she is committing major felonies, and then she's stupid enough to admit and confess on public television her crimes. I mean, a complete blithering idiot. I've never seen such a dumbass attorney in my life. I've been doing this for over 20 years. I externed for the Court of Appeal. I worked for the prosecutor's office. I have never seen such a stupid ass prosecutor in my life. And she's the attorney general. I mean, how could anybody elect somebody this stupid into office? It's unbelievable to me.
At this point, this is not just a paperwork issue. It's a pattern of fraudulent behavior, allegedly. And remember, this is the same Leticia James who sued Trump for falsifying asset values. She said, quote, no one is above the law. Well, guess what? That same energy better come back around, because you can't beat a sheriff if your own paperwork is this dirty. She's painting herself as a victim now and calling this investigation retribution, but you don't get to yell witch hunt after you hand them the broom. It looks like she's trying to fight this case in the court of public opinion.
Bad idea.
So she's going after Trump really aggressively, suing him multiple times in multiple different things across the state, linking up with other attorney generals.
She bragged about filing 23 suits challenging the legality of the executive orders signed by the president that she said do harm to New Yorkers.
My message is clear. Don't harm my city. Don't harm my state.
Hey, give me a bunch of ones for Leticia's weave. If you like Leticia's weave, give me a bunch of ones. Give me a bunch of twos if you don't like it. Give me a bunch of threes if you want to donate some money so she can go to Weight Watchers. Let's check it out.
Otherwise, you've got to go through me.
I don't know if she's even really trying to fight this case in court. I think she wants enough people to believe that she's being unfairly targeted, despite the fact that there's so much issues with the way she filled out some of this paperwork, that maybe she'll get someone, a prosecutor or even the judge, to lean on her side and just believe that this is just a mistake, even though there's multiple mistakes on multiple properties across multiple states. That's the only thing I can think of how she's going to be able to get out of this, because there's too many issues with the way she's been moving around in real estate. Just too many problems. And the fact that she made an enemy out of Trump and now the DOJ is on her, how is she going to get out of this? So the $1 million question is, if Leticia James wasn't Leticia James, would she be already facing charges? Because if it was you or me making mistakes on mortgage applications, mortgage documents across state lines, I think they'll be cuffing us before brunch. This isn't just one form. It's a whole house of cards built on shaky signatures and strategic omissions. And guess what? The feds are watching. So stay locked in, because we're going to keep peeling back every single layer of this story. It seems like there's something happening every single day. It's hard to keep up, to be honest, because the deeper you dig, the messier it gets. So it is what it is. But real quick, shout out to 100,000 of you who have subscribed to this channel.
Good job, Hannibal.
You made this platform where it is. And again, we're just getting started. So if you want early access to breakdowns like this.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. Make sure to like and subscribe to Hannibal is Hungry. I really like that guy a lot. So so this is why Leticia is untouchable, because the Democrat machine controls the news media and they control all the courts pretty much back east, say many experts that I've spoken to. She's untouchable. I mean, when the Democrats own all the judges, they own all of the news media. Do you really think that anything's going to happen to her? Let's find out what's going on over here. I mean, it's just unbelievable. What do you guys think? I mean, do you really think anything's going to happen to Leticia? I don't think anything's going to happen to her. I mean, you see, look at what happened to Hillary. She violated her non-disclosure agreement. She was communicating with having a private server in the basement of her home with official, top secret, and confidential government documents on it. Destroyed like over 20,000 or 10,000 emails with BleachBit after she had a subpoenaing all these documents. And of course, we know that WikiLeaks provided those documents. And of course, everybody tried to say that it was Russian disinformation, of course. But nothing happened to Hillary. And that's the problem with the Democrat Party, the party of absolute corruption. Let's keep on watching.
I have been someone who has been targeted, but I am not fearful. I am fearless, and I will continue to walk into the office of the New York State Attorney General and again protect the residents and protect them from any harms coming from the federal government.
So it always seems like mainstream media acts like personal defense attorneys for these politicians, because in this situation here, if a regular person lies on a mortgage form under oath, they're going to be facing a lot of issues. They're going to be facing some time in jail. They're going to face some federal charges. But when Leticia James does it, MSNBC runs a sympathy segment for her, and it looks like the New York Times calling her some kind of hero, some folk hero. So they're not just spinning the story. They're running interference for someone caught in a paper trail of perjury, a paper trail of just making stuff up. So last month, MSNBC ran a whole segment where they basically said she's being attacked because she's a strong black woman. That sounds very reminiscent to the super mayor. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves because you're talking to a black woman that's in power. For the criticism of Leticia James is not because she's a strong black woman, is that she made contradictory sworn statements, lied on federal documents, and used her own staff to witness the whole damn thing. Again, allegedly. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that people are saying that she's being politically persecuted. So in this...
Hey, look, guys, it's not even allegedly. The documents are public record. I mean, she literally registered as an out-of-state resident, and she put her dad on loan documents or mortgage documents as her husband. I mean, this woman is a disgrace. And that's the problem that I have with the Democrat Party. It used to be like, for example, Richard Nixon. All right, I got to give props to the Republicans. When they found out that Richard Nixon was engaged in corruption, they disowned the guy. But what do the Democrats do? They double down and they support these demons. They've lost. That's why I left the Democrat Party. I can't be part of a system where they want to keep somebody around like that after they've proven themselves to be dishonorable. It's absolutely unacceptable to me. How could I face my children if I supported a scumbag knowing that they're a scumbag? I mean, they're incorrigible. I mean, give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree with me that if the Democrats were legit, they would have disowned her long ago. Let's go.
Article here. The New York Times stepped in like her personal PR crisis team and dropped basically about 2,400 words of fancy fluff with no legal receipts. So we checked out some of this stuff. Leticia James made a lot of mistakes. She set herself up to be targeted by Trump. She got caught by her own paper trail. So let's get into it. Before we break down this New York Times gymnastics routine, let's take a step back and talk about the situation with the MSNBC May 10th segment, because I didn't talk about it when it happened. Because when they aired it, it wasn't really journalism. It was just a straight up spin story. MSNBC is a left-leaning news site, 100%. Right? It's similar to, you say Fox News is right-leaning, CNN is left-leaning, MSNBC is left-leaning. It's really difficult to find one that's actually down the middle. If you know any, let me know in the comments below. What news sites do you believe are straight down the middle? Because I don't know any of them. But This situation was straight up spin. It was a full-blown PR defense dressed up as news. Instead of walking viewers through the evidence, they built a emotional political story to protect Leticia James from the very real federal criminal scrutiny.
The merits of what James is being accused of aside for the moment, what is your takeaway when prosecutors are explicitly saying there is a political component to the investigation into her?
Well, it's shocking. She's being attacked and persecuted for doing her job, which is prosecuting someone who committed a crime like Donald Trump did. I mean, this doesn't happen in a real democracy.
From the jump, calling James the first target of which he framed as Trump's political revenge.
So that's another problem I have. Look, I'm not a big Trump supporter, but I would say about 80% of the reason people don't like Trump and think he's evil and dishonest is because of the people like Leticia James bringing false charges against him, coming up with obscure statutes to try to make him look bad. And these are the people that made him look bad. So I think if you reverse engineer it, he looks a lot less bad when you take into consideration that these are the people that made him look bad. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. All right, let's keep going.
Aired a clip of James dramatically stating,
"This is nothing more than an extension of his revenge, his retribution, and he finally got up to the J's. And so I stand prepared to respond to these baseless attacks with facts."
And just like that, MSNBC tried to shut the whole case before presenting a single fact. But here's what they left out, and you're going to see why that matters. Before we jump into the spin cycle that is MSNBC's coverage, I got to shout out today's sponsor, Chapter. If you're 55 or older, or helping someone who is...
I got to push this out. I just don't want to get in trouble for trying to promote like advertising or something.
Questions. They just actively built a false frame. The real investigation didn't come from Trump. It came from someone else. It came from basically independent investigative journalists, the ones that were checking out with white collar fraud. The main journalist.
Well, it's public record. So somebody just went and looked at the public records and they saw that this woman is an absolute blatant lying piece of shit. And it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. I mean, she did it to herself, guys.
Pushing these facts are registered Democrats, but MSNBC never mentioned that. Why? Because the facts didn't fit the narrative. They never talked about the power of attorney, the email contradictions, the financial disclosures, or the grand jury now.
I mean, guys, let's be honest. PMSNBC, Communist News Network, CNN, ABC, NPR, CBS, ABC, they're all Democrat Party propaganda stations. And there's only one news station out there that supports the Republicans. It's Fox News. That's it. Every other news channel is Democrat propaganda. So let's be real, guys. Come on.
Convened in Virginia. They knew the evidence. They just didn't want you to see it.
The idea that Donald Trump has weaponized the entire federal government against all of his enemies and opponents, from the law firms that represented his political opponents to the federal officials that have prosecuted him for his spreadsheet of crimes that he's committed. I mean, this is shocking, and we're only 5 months in. My real question is,
how do any of the crimes that Trump allegedly committed have any validity when it was lying trash like Leticia James that brought the charges with all Democrat juries, all Democrat judges who donated money to the Democrat Party, making sure that he would get convicted? That's why most people that are on the right don't believe that any of these charges are real. And that's why black males are leaving the Democrat Party in droves, because they can see that basically the Democrats made a martyr of Donald Trump by doing this stuff because they're stupid. They could have hung Trump on his own petard for other stupid trash that he did, but instead they made him into a martyr. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. I know Trump's no spring chicken. He may have ties with Epstein. We saw what happened with Elon Musk. I'm sure Elon Musk has inside information. I mean, the guy's a computer genius. I'm sure he went through those computers and he's probably already seen the Epstein documents. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is these people have zero credibility, and I don't buy any of the convictions or any of these liability findings by any of these DEI hires that were funded by George Soros to prevent Donald Trump from running for president. I just don't. And I think most Americans don't either, unless they're partisan, radical, blue-haired mafia, American flag burning, Mexican flag waving seditionists and anti-Americans. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
Where does this go?
We're talking about sworn federal contradictions written in email, false statements to a financial institution, and undisclosed property on her legally required financial disclosures. That is a 30-year felony. This is not a parking ticket. MSNBC did not talk about the August 2nd, 2023 email where she said, "I will never be a Virginia resident." They didn't talk about the August 17 power of attorney where she declared under oath, "I intend to occupy this property as my primary residence." They didn't talk about the 2 government staffers that were there signed as witness to the sworn lie. They didn't talk about the missing mortgage disclosures for her properties. They didn't talk about the fake unit counts that helped her qualify for federal programs that she was legally excluded from. None of that made it on the air. Why? Because MSNBC didn't want to tell us.
And maybe that's why my show gets more views than many CNN and PMSNBC featured channels and featured shows. I get more views than these commie pinko news reporters over at CNN. Maybe it's because I present the truth, not this skewed version, revisionist history that these radical Marxists who are basically bought and paid for by George Soros and the Democrat Party to spread. I don't do that. I just present the truth and I let the chips fall where they may. I think people like that. People don't want someone who just spreads propaganda.
Story about mortgage fraud. They wanted to tell a story about political persecution. It's just a double standard. They have no problem talking about Leticia James and that big judgment against Trump, misstating real estate info to get better financial terms. I guess that's something they don't really care about. But let's get to the main event. So if MSNBC was the warm-up act, the New York Times was the main performance. So on June 11th, they published this 2,400 word article. This is Jonah E. Bronrich, titled, "She Relishes Being Trump's Nemesis. Now he is out for revenge." So the whole thing just was positioned like some kind of Netflix political drama. But here's the problem. None of this article holds up to actual scrutiny. So I'm not going to read the entire article. I'll let you know the gist of it, but just some of the stuff right here. So given Ms. James' long-running investigation into his assets, Mr. Trump has been similarly fixated on her. He has attacked her on social media for years, and in the last few months alone called her a totally corrupt politician and a wacky crook. Mr. Trump has long pledged to get even with his enemies, and now 6 months into his second term, the role of the Justice Department in making good on those pledges has become increasingly clear. So the Times paints James as the hero in the revenge saga, the brave woman who stood up to Trump and is now paying the price. But this article does not break anything down. Any of the accusations, they just state them and just keeps it moving. They didn't say anything. They didn't talk about the criminal referral. They didn't talk about the fact that it came from a private citizen. That referral was sent to DOJ back in April 14th. It wasn't based on a like or dislike or the vibes in the room. It was about the sworn statements that were basically contradictions, the emails, the witnesses, all the mortgage stuff, all the stuff that we talked about on this channel. They left all that out. It was a recap of some sorts. I'm actually pretty annoyed because I had to subscribe to New York Times to even read this entire thing. They just pointed out and said, well, the reason why this is happening because she went after Trump and got that big judgment out of Trump. That's it. Really? That's all there is to say? The Times described James' power of attorney as just a form. It's not just a form. It's not some harmless checkbox that you miss. This was a sworn statement recorded in Virginia. It stated, "I hereby declare that I intend to occupy this property."
Not just a sworn statement, guys. That's what you guys need to understand. I have the benefit of being a lawyer, so I live in a world of evidence, okay? She is an officer of the court, and she also holds an office of public trust that she wasn't even supposed to hold. She registered as an out-of-state resident, which barred her from running as Attorney General of New York. It would barred her. Why hasn't the state bar already revoked her bar membership and taken away her ability to practice law in New York? Why? Because New York City is a Democrat stronghold. And that's the problem that I have with the Democrat Party. That's why I left the party, because they'll support someone who's like the devil as long as it has a D next to its name. And that's not right. The Democrat Party needs to clean its act up, guys. If they have people who are corrupt, they need to get rid of them. They need to skewer them, not support them. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. I might start voting Democrat again if they did. I just can't believe this. It's just unbelievable to me.
Property as my principal residence, capital letters, bold, under penalty of perjury. And 15 days before signing out, she told her broker, This property will not be my primary residence. I will never be a Virginia resident. That is textbook mortgage fraud. And I know I sound like a broken record, but when James signed that document, 2 high-ranking staff from the AG office watched her sign it. We talked about that in the video as well. It was Jennifer Levy.
She literally had 2 other attorneys, I think attorneys, from the Attorney General's office witness her signing this fraudulent mortgage document. And then PMSNBC and all the Democrat-run press comes out and holds water for her and says, oh, it's all Trump. You didn't do anything wrong, even though you're a fraud and a liar. It's really just Trump. I mean, really, guys, come on. I mean, would you want to vote for somebody like that? Do you think that any conviction that she got or any kind of legal action that she took against somebody holds any water? Really? You don't think that she would lie to get convictions too? Because she just has zero credibility with me.
That was her first deputy attorney general, and Roshona Parchment, that's another staff member from the attorney general. These women weren't clueless interns, they're attorneys. They watched the AG commit a federal crime under oath, allegedly, and now their names are attached to it. I wonder how they feel. They're probably pretty annoyed. If a grand jury subpoenas them, what are they going to say?
Well, they may be guilty of a conspiracy. They're participating in a crime. If I was the prosecutor for the federal government, I would offer them an immunity in exchange for their testimony so they could find out everything that they know about Leticia. Look, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. If she's willing to commit federal felonies like this and make people in her office part of those federal felonies, do you really think any of the stuff that she did against Trump, any of the convictions or liability findings have any legal merit? I don't. She's lost all credibility. And so all you guys who hate Trump based upon her convictions and all the other ones that these other DEI, George Soros bought and paid for prosecutors got against him, those charges, even convictions, don't carry any weight with me at all. So by what happened here, all these prosecutors have basically smitten themselves. It's over. And most people that are critical thinkers like me and like most of my audience probably feel the same way. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys think that these charges that her and Fani Willis and these other leftist communist prosecutors got against Trump, if you think that they're worthless now because of all the revelations we've learned about Fani Willis and Leticia and these other prosecutors like Jack Smith, let me know what you guys think. A bunch of ones if you think that you don't have they have no credibility, you don't buy it. Give me a bunch of 2s if you still agree that the convictions and the liability findings are perfectly meritorious, because I certainly don't.
That they didn't read the document, that they didn't know she told her broker the opposite thing, it doesn't matter. It proves premeditation. It proves that this was planned, not an accident. The Times wrote this like it was a maybe someday probe, but there's already a grand jury in Virginia. There's also a FBI investigation in New York. Several federal jurisdictions are already involved. So why does the Times keep acting like this is just speculative? Well, this is just some rumors, because it makes their narrative work better in James' favor. And even right here in the part of the article, this Mr. Lowell is James' attorney. He sent the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi documents saying that Ms. James has expressly told the mortgage broker that she would not use the property as her primary residence. The documents also had showed that the broker had responded to acknowledge that Ms. James will not be living there. Basically, her lawyer just admitted the crime. Her own lawyer said proof of her intent to lie. That is not a defense. That's literally a confession. The Times also act like this was just a isolated slip. It's not. James has misrepresented property units, hidden mortgage on official disclosures, and have used fraudulent forms since 1982. That's about, 43 years ago? Crazy. Even the New York Times' article said there was little public record to help people understand the case.
What?
That's just a lie by omission. There's tons of stuff. The allegations which Miss James' lawyer, Abe D. Lowell, has said are stale, threadbare, and long disproved, that's not true, echo those that Miss James pursued against Mr. Trump with an important difference of scale. She argues that the president has garnered hundreds of millions of dollars in ill-gotten gains. The cumulative value of James' property is less than $2 million. That doesn't matter. Mortgage fraud is mortgage fraud regardless if you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars or $2 million. Quote, this is following the playbook of his retribution campaign, Mr. Lowell said. It takes nothing to begin an investigation, but doesn't mean that there's anything to investigate. Well, you don't know when you
I mean, look at how retarded her own lawyer is. He's basically giving evidence to the public that she's a fraud. In basic, her own lawyer has just committed malpractice, guys. Hey, and maybe that's the game. So let me share something with you. In law, one of the ways that you can get a conviction reversed is through ineffective assistance of counsel. So don't put it past her and her legal team for a minute that she'll claim ineffective assistance of counsel because he disclosed information, admissions and confessions live, and try to use that as a basis to reverse the convictions. Because I'm 99% sure if they get this out of New York, out of the Democrat stronghold of New York, and get it into a federal court with a less biased pro-Marxist jury, an anti-Marxist jury that just decides cases on the facts, she doesn't have a chance in hell. She's going to prison, maybe for 30 years or longer, depending on what she gets charged with. All right, let's keep going.
Start, and then you realize there's tons of stuff that you find during an investigation, like we see here with Leticia James. The Times jump in and says, little has emerged to guide public understanding of the inquiry. Just go on YouTube or go to whitecollarfraud.com. You'll get a series of articles you can read with documents, with the receipts. The evidence against Leticia James is pretty damning. Miss James' lawyers said they have seen few signs that the investigation was progressing, with little indication of subpoenas or witness interviews. All this is public record, and they are just ignoring everything. I mean, this was just a complete waste of my time reading it, but it just shows that the media is going to tell you this is about revenge. You know, it's possible that two things could be correct at once. If Leticia James didn't lie on these mortgage forms, didn't have all these issues, there'll be no way for Trump to get revenge. When you look at the documents, the emails, the sworn forms, the missing disclosures, it's not revenge. It's evidence. Leticia James didn't get caught in a misunderstanding. She got caught because the story she told in public is different from the one that she swore under penalty of perjury. And that's why most likely she will get indicted. And unless something dramatic happens, I don't think she's going to be able to get away with this one.
Yeah, I think that she's going down. I don't think she has a chance. I mean, it's public record. She signed under penalty of perjury. She said that her dad was her freaking husband. She declared that one of her apartments, I believe, was 4 rooms instead of 5 to get a more favorable loan, a more federal loan. I mean, she's in a lot of trouble, guys. And so it's perfectly okay to not like Trump and not like her as well. So I'm not an either or kind of a guy, being a libertarian and a critical thinker. But at the same token, I don't not like him any less or more. I don't know if I'm saying this right, but by all of these false charges, I think there were false charges and bullshit convictions that these people like Leticia got against Trump. It makes me think that it was all a fraud and it was a setup to try to interfere with the election because they knew that Trump was going to win. So they tried to keep him off the ballot. They tried to poison him. It's election interference, guys. And I don't care what political party you're on. This is not acceptable. And as a free-thinking American, as a libertarian in particular, and a critical thinker above all else, what the Democrat Party has done is now they've set up a situation where the Republicans are going to do the same thing to them. A couple of corrupt Republican prosecutors are now going to do the same thing to them. And it's just going to be a never-ending battle of lawsuits. If the president doesn't pardon everyone when he leaves office, they're all going to get federal charges. He can't pardon people for state charges. So Republican governors are going to go after Democrats that they don't like. And it's just never going to end. And this only starting around Obama with his weather underground and his Marxists that he put into all of our government agencies and all that woke bullshit that Obama introduced into this country. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. All right, let's get into the next video because Leticia James, it just don't stop, guys. I mean, this woman, she is more corrupt than Hillary Clinton, if that's even possible. In this next video, you're going to see how. I mean, this woman is a real piece of work, man.
Been fearful of Donald Trump.
President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. We sure as hell are not going to start now.
Hochul says Pam Bondi overstated that inquiry and that instead of bringing charges, it was a civil litigation.
So I had to point out that her lack of understanding the law was very troubling. That being said, she came after me. They're coming after the Attorney General. They're coming after a candidate for mayor. So the question is, when will Pam Bondi stop politicizing the Department of Justice and just do their jobs?
He's called me venomous. He's called me disgraceful. He's called me radical. He's called me a racist. None of his behavior which can best be described as performative, will change what's happening in the courtroom. And nothing will change that. Not the attacks on me or anyone. At the end of the day, we are here to seek justice, and we will seek justice.
The AG is also part of a lawsuit against NIH cuts, Department of Education cuts. There's 23 in total she's a part of. She's also waiting to hear the results of the appeal of the $455 million Trump owes after James won that civil fraud case against him and his family.
But we are here to enforce the law, and nothing will change that. No attack.
That case will be reversed on appeal. It was a total scam, guys. They couldn't even charge him with the misdemeanors because the statute had expired. So they trumped up a bunch of bullshit, and they got a Democrat judge to go along with the program. They got an all-Democrat jury, and it's going to be reversed. It's the only fraud statute in the world that doesn't require a victim. It's ridiculous.
Attacks, no words. I will not give in. I will not give up. I will only serve justice and enforce the law.
Ladies and gentlemen, your humble YouTuber Hannibal here. And we have to talk about this. Power protecting power. Play for pay. That's the theme today. Leticia James built her whole brand saying that no one is above the law, and yet somehow she funneled nearly $500,000 in taxpayer cash to Governor Hochul's husband's firm, and just happened to get that $10 million legal shield the same day the feds came knocking. Is it a coincidence or?
So she's literally trying to use taxpayer dollars, $10 million worth of taxpayer money, to defend a personal charge against her for committing fraud in her personal capacity. This is how corrupt these guys are in New York. And she did this allegedly by funneling like $400,000 to the governor. So they're all just scumbags. Keep on watching. Live and learn, guys. Stop being so partisan and start understanding what politicians are all about on both sides. But in this case, we're talking about the Marxist Democrats today. If I can find some stuff on Republicans, I'll run that too. I've got no issues with that.
Or corruption in plain sight. So shout out to white collar fraud. They did it again, brought another bombshell story. So we're going to talk about it. Let's get into it. Back in February 2023, Leticia James signed a $325,000 contract with Davis Folk, a big name law firm, for 14 months. Not a single dollar paid out. Then in January 2024, William Hochul, Governor Kathleen Hochul's husband, joins David Folk's White Collar Investigations Unit, specializing in defending clients under federal scrutiny. And then boom, the payments started flowing.
There you go.
But the contract was already expired. Therefore, they filed it 37 days late. Does this make any sense to anyone? Sounds pretty sketchy to me. What do you guys think? And speaking of shady deals, there's more going behind the scenes than just expired contracts and quiet payouts. Let's talk about something else that the feds are watching, the Medicare industry. While Leticia James is handing out taxpayer cash to her friends of the governor, allegedly, the DOJ is cracking down on also some of the biggest Medicare providers for scamming seniors. That's why I partner with Chapter, a company doing it the right way. They compare over 24,000 Medicare plans to help you or your folks find what actually fits, not what fattens someone else's pockets. No robocalls, no scams, just real people and free help. Most people working with Chapter save over $1,100 a year.
Hannibal, I got to push this forward. Sorry, man. Let's do it.
The money trail, how it all began. So this is April 30th, 2024, the first payment hits. That's about $231,000. Then by June of 2025, the AG office had paid Davis Folk almost $500,000.
There you go.
All after the governor's husband joins the firm. But Leticia James was already under the fire for mortgage lies, residency fraud, and other campaign finance issues. Therefore, she needed legal firepower, the exact kind Davis Folk offered. May 8th, 2025, the triple payday. The Guardian reports that there's a grand jury open in Virginia. The New York Post says that there's a FBI probe confirmed. Then the New York State comes with their budget, $10 million in a legal defense shield pass. That same day, one for each headline. You cannot make any of this up. But Hochul framed this as protection from the federal retaliation. Therefore, they spun it like James was just a political target, not a potential fraudster that paid to get that $10 million fund. Remember, taxpayer fund. The money that we're gonna be putting in, all that taxpayer money that me and you, especially the people who live in the New York State, paying for her to protect herself from all of the mortgage nonsense that she's been doing for the last couple of decades. James used her official AG social media account to defend herself. She claimed that her power of attorney was signed electronically. It wasn't. She never meant for the form to be used for mortgage approval. It was. Her staff witnessed the form under penalty of perjury. They did. But the law says that any false statement to a financial institution is a crime. It doesn't matter if it was the basis or not. Therefore, her defense doesn't hold. So the fallout of all this is just like any other political corrupt scandal. You have to follow the money. So what we know now, $483,000 went to Davis Folk after William Hogle joined. William made $949,000 last year, 2024. Davis Folk got no AG money before he joined. Then Leticia James gets under federal investigation. Kathleen Hochul signs that $10 million legal shield the same day. It all connects. I mean, come on, let's keep it a buck here. This is not a random alignment of the stars. This is a planned strategy. This is a blueprint. This feels like a chessboard move where all the pieces know where to go and when. Leticia's office goes ghost on a contract for over a year. $0 out the door. Then when the governor's husband, a guy who isn't exactly working for free, walks into Davis Folk's office, and then boom, nearly $500,000 in payments magically appear. That's not just sketchy, that's synchronized. Yeah. It's a plan. And don't even get me started on the state budget. That bad boy was over a month late, and then suddenly, on the same exact day the feds launched that full-blown investigation, Kathleen Hochul slides in that $10 million legal defense fund like it was a casual line item. That's not a budget. That's a bailout. This feels like insider tag team wrestling. James protects the firm, feeding the governor's family, and then the governor builds a tax-funded legal shield around her political homegirl, while the public, me and you, are out there paying the bill. And not one peep from the ethics committee. No comptroller audit. No one is going, hey y'all, maybe this looks a little shady.
And guys, that's the problem with a single party system. It's like communist China. You're friends with all the politicians, they're friends with you. You're in the political class, so they cover for you. And that's why I'm a proponent of multiple parties. I think we should have not just a libertarian party, but as many as possible. I'm a proponent of electing people who want to delete laws, not pass more laws. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. The problem is with the Democrats, they flooded the country with over 20 million illegal aliens into sanctuary cities. And at the next census, they're going to pick up about, by some estimates, 10, by others, 20 new Democrat seats. And once that happens, the entire country will be a single party state. It'll be just like New York everywhere. So I think that what we need to do is obviously seal the border, but not count illegal aliens in the census. And then the Democrats won't have any use for them. And they'll stop giving them billions of dollars of your tax dollars in free medical care, free cell phones, and free hotels. So they've just figured out how to work the system. And Hannibal Hungary is basically pointing that out, another thing that they're doing. And you can expect it to get even worse once those illegal aliens are included in the census and the whole entire country goes blue. Let's keep on watching, guys. Live and learn, guys. Live and learn. Stop voting Democrat first of all. Come on, they're corrupt as hell. And probably the Republicans are too. But the Democrats obviously have a much lower IQ with these DEI philosophies that they have, and that's why they keep getting caught.
Silence is probably not accidental. That's the same quiet hum of the machine running exactly how it was designed. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Whether this plan got drawn up on a napkin in a meeting or just do some well-placed text messages, the point is the job got done. And now we're left asking the question we hope we don't. Who is really working for the people and who's really just working for the system? This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's documented. Late contracts, suspicious payments, public defenses using official channels, and a governor who just happened to protect the person paying her husband's firm. You cannot make any of this up. This is a playbook of insiders protecting insiders. And if this is what they're doing in plain sight, imagine what is buried in the redactions. And I also want to mention this. I think Leticia James' main mode of defense is obviously get the best possible lawyers. Obviously, you got the $10 million legal shield, so she can do that. And she wants to go out
taxpayer money to defend personal fraud charges where she's admitted and confessed on television that she defrauded the federal government. And she's getting money from the New York taxpayers, from Hochul in a conspiracy, a RICO scheme, it looks like, to take taxpayer money and get $10 million to defend her. I mean, what a piece of work. Gosh, give me a bunch of ones if you think she's a scumbag. Give me a bunch of twos if you think it's all Trump's fault.
Out there to continue to sue, continue to go back and forth with Trump. She wants to be the progressive hero because that's going to be what she needs to save her butt. But we're going to talk more about that in the next video, about how she is basically going after cops in the state of New York. I'm not making it up. That will be in the next video. If you're interested in the next video, hit the subscribe button. This is the kind of
And by the way, again, this is Hannibal is Hungry. I love this guy. Please make sure to like and subscribe to his channel and make some comments. Mike Ehline wants you to come on his show, or he wants to come on your show. Attorney Michael Ehline wants to collaborate with you. I think that this guy, besides Nate the lawyer, as far as legal perspectives, these guys are legit. I really like them. I'm hoping you guys will subscribe to him. I get more of an education, and I don't think this guy's a lawyer, by the way. But I think that he's better than most lawyers that I've met in my lifetime. He really knows how to isolate and break down issues. He's precisely the kind of person that I want to collaborate with. All right, let's get into the next video. So this next one has to do with Fani Willis. Now, she's the one that got the criminal, I think, the criminal charges against Trump. Get Trump, another one of these Soros bought and paid for prosecutors. DEI prosecutor, probably has an IQ of about minus 50. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is going to blow your mind, guys.
That attachment wasn't provided. So someone had printed off a document that clearly showed there was an attachment, but they had not given me the attachment. So I thought I was super clear when I wrote back and said, hey, I want the attachments to these documents. And I tried as hard as I could to highlight exactly where they were, named the document, named where the attachment was, named what the attachment, actually was called.
We just got a hold of this Fulton County Superior Court order just in the last roughly 15 to 20 minutes. In it, Judge Rachel Krause rules that DA Fani Willis violated the State Open Records Act by failing to turn over documents requested by defense attorney Ashley Merchant. The judge wrote that the defendants, the Fulton County DA's office, were openly hostile to Merchant and failed to handle her requests in good faith.
Guys, we have to talk about Fani Willis playing keep away with public records like it's some kind of gym class at the Fulton County Jail. Let's set the stage, because I briefly mentioned this on my last video about Fani Willis and this open records violation, because it's extremely important. So I wanted to dive into it deeper. So imagine this. The district attorney leading the Trump interference case, the one who said she's fighting for truth and justice, just got hit with a $54,000 fine because she literally broke the law. Not by accident, not by mistake, but because she straight up refused to hand over public records. A judge even called her office hostile. That is not just a bad look. This is a...
We need to get BZ Watchdog over here, the king of public records requests. I'll bet you he's got a thing or two to say about her. She's another real piece of work, man. It's just unbelievable to me the extent that they went to try and prevent Donald Trump from running for president. And they had so many skeletons in their closet. And that's another reason why I'm a real big fan of Sir William Blackstone. So, little history lesson. Sir William Blackstone, as well as Thomas Aquinas, talked about making sure if you are going to elect someone or put someone into a position of leadership, that they be of high moral character. Because you don't want a situation where half the country doesn't believe that they're real convictions, right? You want the whole country to believe that this person, that Trump, actually violated these laws. But when you see the bias and you see it's all political, the other half of the country gets emboldened, and it creates division among the people. And we don't want that as Americans. We don't want division. We want a society like Martin Luther King envisioned, which is judging people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And this is really dangerous what the Democrats did here. And I'm very fearful for our country, because they should not have politically persecuted Donald Trump, because they made it possible for him to win the election by a landslide. And a lot of people are upset about that, but it's their own fault for putting idiots like this into political power, positions of political power based on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and not based on merit. And this is a prime example of why we need a merit-based society. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Let's keep going.
Serious threat to democracy, to true justice. If the person who's supposed to uphold the law can ignore transparency laws with zero shame, what message does that send to the rest of the government? It tells community that power protects itself and accountability is just for the little guys. That's the real danger. When trust in the justice system dies, people stop believing in fairness and start expecting corruption.
That's right.
Real quick, before we break down how dangerous this behavior is, let me put you onto something that actually helps.
This guy, I wish I had sponsors like this guy has. I can't even get a super chat or anybody to buy a membership. Gosh. What is it because I'm white?
This channel, you already know about the scandals, the conflict of interest, and the messy drama that follows her relationship with Nathan Wade. But this time, I want to zoom in on that one moment that really shows how deep the problem goes. This $54,000 fine that she just got hit with. But we have to talk about a lawyer named Ashley Merchant. Ashley Merchant has been a thorn on the side of Fulton County for a while now. During the YSL trial, she was relentless. She pushed back against overreach and made it clear she wasn't afraid to call out the theatrics in the courtroom.
About a dozen defense attorneys showed up to support Brian Steele, who's representing rapper Young Thug in his criminal racketeering case.
Anytime a member or criminal defense lawyer is making a motion in good faith and they're being shut down by the judge and threatened with jail, that's scary.
The reason Steele was held in contempt by Judge Ural Glanville?
The judge was having ex parte communications with the district attorney and a witness. That means he was talking to the district attorney and the witness without anyone from the defense being present.
Some called her a disruptor, others...
Yeah, so that's another thing. I'll just kind of give you a little legal education here. So you're not allowed to engage in conversations with the judge outside the presence of opposing counsel. Ex parte hearings are barred because it creates the appearance of impropriety. So that Democrat judge is highly political, and many people are accusing him of being on the take for political gain, and that's why he did what he did. And that's the problem. Even if he wasn't, it has the appearance of impropriety, and that's really bad, guys. Another example of a DEI hire who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Let's keep going.
Saw her as the only one asking the tough questions. Either way, she made life difficult for Fani Willis. Just ask Brian Steele, another veteran defense attorney who was actually held in contempt and briefly jailed after demanding the judge disclose when certain witnesses had met privately in the office. That's how messy things are under Fani's watch. The way her judges treated defense attorneys who tried to ask tough questions just showed how allergic this entire office is to scrutiny. So when Ashley Merchant showed up again in the Trump election interference case, finally should have known that this was not going to be easy. So Ashley Merchant is the defense attorney for Michael Roman, one of Trump's co-defenders in that Georgia election case. She filed an open records request to see communications between DA Fani Willis and a special prosecutor she hired named Nathan Wade. Now you guys already know how messy this gets. Wade and Willis was in a romantic relationship, all booed up while prosecuting one of the most high-profile cases in America. And Wade was getting paid with taxpayer dollars. So Merchant wanted to see the receipts. Emails, contracts, text messages, basic transparency stuff. And that's when Fani's office decided to play hide and seek with the truth. Georgia has an Open Records Act. It's not a suggestion, it's the law. If someone files a request, the government officials have to respond, period. No ghosting allowed. They can't just pretend that they didn't get the request. They have to answer it. But Fani's office, they ducked the request like it was a subpoena at a mobster's funeral. According to the judge, they were hostile, uncooperative, and acted in bad faith. That's legalese for you tried to cover this up on purpose. You tried to hide it. The total opposite of transparency.
I believe, based on the evidence that I've seen, there is no dispute that the records that were sought, that the requests were clear, and that to the extent that the custodian did not understand what was being requested, it was the obligation of them to make a good faith effort to make sure they understood what was being provided or what was being requested.
And this isn't just some petty legal drama. When the top prosecutor, the same person putting others on trial, starts breaking laws herself, that's a 5-alarm fire. That's not just hypocrisy. This is extremely dangerous because if she can't ignore the law, what's stopping everyone else?
Agreed.
Think about it. The Open Records Act exists so journalists, lawyers, and the public can hold powerful people accountable. It's how we find out about the corruption deals, the shady hires, and the backroom decisions. Fani used her office like a fortress. She didn't just ignore the request. She made it hard on purpose. She slow-walked responses, withheld documents, and made Ashley Merchant spend months fighting in court just to get access to basic information. The judge didn't miss words. This wasn't a mistake. It was intentional.
At the end of the day, the relevant consideration is, are these public documents that the public is entitled to see? And was a request made, and was a good faith effort made to comply with those requests? And because despite the fact that the DA's office may not like what Ms. Merchant may or may not do with those documents, that doesn't change the outcome.
So the court ruled that Fani Willis and her office violated Georgia's transparency laws and ordered them to cough up over $54,000 in legal fees. That's public money. That is your tax dollars paying for her legal nonsense, her legal tantrum. You want to know how bad it got? The judge said that their behavior was substantially groundless. That's lawyer talk, that you wasted everyone's time because you thought that you were above the law. At this point, Fani Willis might need a lawyer more than just having a courtroom. Now, of course, she's appealing the ruling, of course, trying to spin like this was all just a misunderstanding, but the damage has been done. The credibility that she once had is all gone. This is the same DA that painted herself to be the warrior for justice, standing tall against political corruption, but behind the scenes, she's acting like a gatekeeper to her own secrets. Totally corrupt. Yep. And what does that mean for the community that she serves? It's not just about one case. If the top prosecutor is willing to bury documents and weaponize silence, how many other cases could be compromised? How many innocent people could be left in the dark? Or worse, how much exculpatory evidence did she hide in the Trump case so she could get these trumped up charges to go through? Think about that, guys. She's not trustworthy. She's a liar. Just like Leticia, another DEI hire, liar. Give me a bunch of ones. Guilty ones could walk. So this is one of the biggest issues I have with the situation, that you are willing to do this to very powerful people, other high-profile people. Imagine what's happening to the little guy. People like me and you. People who don't have millions of dollars to cough up for lawyers. They can't sit there and just spend money to protect themselves. The people who need legal aids. What happens there? It shows that the little people definitely get screwed in the process. Yeah. If you can't get transparency, we're done. Game over. There's nothing we can do. This is why I thought it was so important to talk about this situation, because if this is happening in other parts of the country, it needs to be called out, because we need the Open Records Act to be...
It really seems, honestly, guys, it's only happening in Democrat-run cities and states. That's the problem that I'm having with the Democrat Party. They're the party of racism. They're the party of corruption. They're the party of sedition and treason. I mean, it's just... That's why I had to leave the party. I just cannot believe what they get away with. And then they have their bought and paid for propaganda at CNN and CBS, ABC, NPR, which is funded by your own tax dollars. It's like the entire staff of NPR are all radical leftists. They don't even have a single conservative on their staff, and they're getting government funding. I mean, this is ridiculous, guys. This has to stop. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
Functional and working. You can't have district attorneys trying to stop it from happening. It's dangerous and it can't continue. This isn't just about politics anymore. It's about principle. If the person at the top of the justice system is breaking rules to protect herself, then no one is safe. Transparency laws are there for a reason. They protect us from the people who think their titles makes them untouchable. So ask yourself, if the watchdog becomes the wolf, who's left to guard the gate? Let me know in the comments. Should Fani Willis just resign at this point?
Absolutely. What do you guys think? Do you think that Fani Willis should resign? I think she should. I think that she has no credibility, and that if she tries to pull a Hillary, I don't think that she's got the political clout, and probably doesn't have the assassins that it'll take to keep her in power. What do you guys think? So let's get into the next one. The next DEI hires gone wild video. I mean, it's just getting better and better, right? All these DEI hires being exposed for corruption. And all people can do is say, but Trump's bad. Why don't you guys focus on these other guys, too, that are behind making Trump look bad? Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. The people who made Trump look bad are all corrupt liars. So why do you put any faith in any of the stuff that they did to make Trump look bad? As a lawyer, I don't find any of the convictions at all to be credible, knowing that these people are pathological liars in violation of their oaths of office and their oaths as attorneys. Give me a bunch of twos if you think I'm wrong. Put it in the comments. I want to hear what you have to say about it.
I'm worried that Trump is on the edge of creating a civil war. I believe that what we are experiencing feels like a coup d'etat, one that, if not stopped, threatens the very fabric of our democracy. Trump has undermined our constitutional freedom of the press, freedom of speech.
Give me a bunch of ones if you think that Maxine Waters needs to go back to school and learn how to read. What do you guys think?
The process and an independent judiciary.
Maxine, you funneled over $1 million in campaign funds to your daughter. Is that why you're worried about Doge?
Get your ass away, young man.
I wouldn't touch her. I'll press charges. But I'm just, I feel like that's a pretty fair question. Why are you so worried about Doge? You're pushing me. Why are you so worried about Doge? You're pushing me. Asshole. So what? You don't want to...
So I saw in the news that Maxine Waters got hit with a $68,000 $68,000 fine for campaign finance violation. But to be honest, that's not the whole story. That's not the full story. That's just the surface cracks. Because when you look underneath the headlines, you realize this wasn't a one-time slip up. This is a part of a big, giant pattern. Decades of a political veteran who has been swimming in the dirty campaign water so long, she forgot it was even swampy. So here's the situation. The stakes are massive here. So when elected officials bend the rules, constantly bend the rules, and barely get a slap on the wrist, it sends what I call a dangerous message. It tells every single up-and-coming politician that the law is flexible if you got some power, you got some seniority. That money can move quietly in the shadows, and the consequences don't always follow. So we're not just talking about one politician cutting corners. We're talking about a blueprint for corruption. If we ignore it, we risk letting the entire system rot from the inside out. So let's talk about how this went down, what she's done before, and why this fine, this $68,000 fine, feels like grounding a bank robber for jaywalking. Let's get into it. So Maxine Waters is a Democrat U.S. representative for California's 43rd Congressional District. Her current role is the senior member of the House Financial Services Committee, which is
the queen of low information voters, obviously.
Hilarious. And she has been in office 1,000 years, but I guess more accurately, she was first elected to Congress in 1990. She has spent 34 years in this office. Before Congress, she served 14 years in the California State Assembly, back from 1976 to 1990, meaning this woman, Maxine Waters, has been in elective office for over 48 years straight. She's been there a long time, longer than I have been alive. So there's been a lot of issues with her and the amount of money that she gets, her campaign contributions. There's been a lot of shakiness. But let's just go back a few years. In 2020, Maxine Waters' campaign, Citizens for Waters, pulled in some serious cash, but the FEC found some ugly truths hiding in the books. $19,000 in excessive contributions from individual donors, $7,000 in illegal cash payments to campaign workers. Federal law caps it at $100 in cash per person. Also, hundreds of thousands of dollars misreported on both incoming and outgoing funds. This is a campaign running its books like a back alley poker game. There's no chips, no rules, just a wink and a nod. A lot of shadiness.
A watchdog group files 2 complaints over Maxine Waters' fundraising activities.
We filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission alleging that Maxine Waters and her campaign committee violated the federal...
Now just imagine this, guys. Just hear me out. So we know that the Democrats used the U.S. Census to redistrict voting districts in sanctuary states to create more Democrat House seats. Just imagine what's going to happen when the Federal Election Commission is all Democrats, when every judge in the country is all Democrats, and they'll be able to do this with the 20 million illegals they smuggled into the country with your tax dollars, using non-governmental organizations funded by your money to invite them into our country and give them free everything so they could make sure they could maintain political power. Do you think it's going to be more fair or less fair when you're seeing what their party is doing on a daily basis? Think about that. Do you think the Federal Election Commission will do anything to a Maxine Waters or her progeny in the future once they use illegals to redistrict the entire country blue? I'd like to hear what your answers are. Put them in the comments. Let me know what you have to say.
Federal Election Campaign Act by accepting a $35,000 payment for her so-called slate mailer from the campaign of then-candidate Kamala Harris in 2006.
A slate mailer? What is it?
Yes. She puts out these slate mailers. They're rare outside of California. She is the only member of Congress who uses this device, and she gets away with it because she sought and received an advisory opinion from the FEC back in 2004 and sort of carved out a loophole, but we believe that she's exploited. It has her picture on it. It's basically a slate of her personal endorsements. But what's interesting about it is that she charges other candidates to be on it. And because of this loophole that the FEC allows, they're able to make payments to her in excess of campaign contributions under the Federal Election Campaign.
Also, the problem with Maxine Waters is that she has some family ties and she likes to spread the money around. One of the most talked about issues is her use of campaign funds to pay her daughter Karen Waters.
Oh, listen to
since,
this.
Since
It's
2004, her daughter has reportedly earned over $1 million over managing slate mailers during elections. That's not just.
And what's the deal with the obesity thing, man? Why can't these ladies go to the gym or like stop eating at McDonald's? What's going on with that, guys? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Is that our fault too? Is that right? Is that my fault that she doesn't know how to eat properly? I don't know.
Public service. That's basically generational wealth passed down through glossy flyers. Why would someone get paid that much money for mailers? Critics argue that these payments lack transparency and raise questions about nepotism and self-dealing. But nepotism is a part of the game. Everyone is doing it, whatever. Is this money actually going to the right people, or is it just a family-run laundromat full of political cash? Because that's what people think her campaign office is turned into. So let's talk about the FEC violations. The most recent FEC fine was $68,000 for misreporting finances, taking excessive donations, and the illegal cash disbursements only adds to that pattern. So Maxine Waters is doing some funny stuff with the money, clearly. And she has a long track record of this for decades. So while Maxine Waters may not be the official ranked the worst offender on campaign watchdog scorecards,
obviously that's why she's terrified of the Department of Governmental Efficiency, right? Because they're finding out that her and her ilk are using taxpayer dollars to enrich her and her families and her close friends. And this is happening in both political parties, but it's primarily the left that has been found over and over and over again to be doing this. And then they say, oh, you're a racist and that it's all trumped up. You're just a Trump supporter and that's why this happened to me. No, it's because they're corrupt. But they immediately cry racism or you don't like me because I'm a trans or whatever. It's always the same thing. It's getting old. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
Practices have earned her low trust scores among some ethic watchdogs and government transparency advocates. Groups like Open Secrets, Foundation for Accountability and Civics Trust, also the National Legal and Policy Center, have spotlighted her for years for conflict of interest and questionable spending practices. She has been this big giant target on everyone's radar, too big to ignore and always circling back into view. So let's be real, campaign violations happen. But hear why this is different.
Serious.
She's not new. She's served the Congress since 1991.
That's right.
That's probably longer than most of your kids and most of your grandchildren have been alive. At this level, you know the rules. She has been through the FEC training, the legal briefings, election cycles. You talk to lawyers, but yet here we are. And the excuse is just wild. Her excuse, or her campaign excuse, was, we were short-staffed because of COVID. It's like a pilot crashing the plane and then blaming it on the cloudy skies. Hey, you're still flying the plane. You're still responsible for every passenger on board. That's not a good excuse for what you're doing, especially, come on, COVID. Get out of here. But let's talk about the situation with her daughter, because it does feel systemic. It's not a mistake. So between 2021 and 2022, Waters' campaign paid her daughter over $192,000 for something called slate mailers. That's basically printing out flyers endorsing other candidates and then charging them to be featured. Is it legal? Technically, yes. Is it shady? I believe so. And this is not new either. Like I said, her daughter has reportedly pulled over $1 million in Maxine's campaign over the last 20 years. So basically, this is just keep it in the family, the Waters edition. So why did the FEC only fine her $68,000? That's it?
Same thing was happening with Biden. I mean, he was laundering all that money through Ukraine. He admitted it. He actually had a prosecutor fired. He threatened to cut off money to the Ukrainian government if they didn't fire a prosecutor who was investigating him and his son for violating the law. I mean, and the news media completely covered it up and said it was Russian misinformation. I mean, unbelievable, guys.
This is a career politician who broke campaign law multiple times, and the punishment is basically some lunch money for her.
David,
if you or I misreport a few bucks to IRS, we get hit with interest, penalties, and maybe even an audit. But when you are a career congresswoman, pulling in six figures and breaking federal laws, all you get is a slap on the wrist. So this is bigger than just Maxine. This is about accountability, because what this says to every politician, every up-and-coming rep, it says if you're powerful enough, and if you've been around long enough, like 1,000 years, you can bend the rules and you could probably even break them. It's like letting a cop speed through red lights off duty and then wondering why everyone else is starting to do it too. And while we're focusing on her fine, how many other violations are probably...
Well, I got another example for you that I just thought of. So in California, I really hated it that I would always see police officers using their cell phones, right? But so they carve out an exception for police to use their cell phones while they're driving. I just hate it. You know, if anything, and I hope you guys agree with me, that the government should be more honest and more forthright, and the laws should apply to them even more. In my opinion, if you violate someone's civil rights as a police officer, that should be a capital offense. It shouldn't be a slap on the hand. There shouldn't be qualified immunity. It should be a foregone conclusion that you're going to be tried for a capital offense because your unalienable rights that were granted to you from your creator are that important. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Give me a bunch of twos if you think that I'm a racist, bigot, and a homophobe. Then I'll know that you're a Democrat. How does that sound? Yeah. All right, let's get back into it, guys. And by the way, thank you, Jody Shiloh. And I'll look over in the audience here. Thank you for being such loyal moderators as well, Kinetic Customs and Racing, and what's the matter you? Jeff Hates Pigs, thanks for showing up today, brother. Super happy that you made it. Hope you guys caught my show this morning. If you didn't, take a look. I was at the park with my son, getting him ready for a judo competition. We're going to be doing one in December. I'm hoping that he'll try to become an Olympic judo champion. He's a really good little dude, man. Hope you guys liked the video. I covered the U.S. versus Peterson case, talking about suppressors, where we scored a win. We scored a win a couple weeks back. A Fifth Circuit 3-judge panel vacated their original opinion on basically convicting a guy for having a suppressor on his firearm because Pam Bondi got rid of the Obama-Biden prosecutors and brought in some Trump prosecutors, and they said, no, we believe that suppressors are a protected arm and that they can be an integral part of the firearm. They make it safer because they protect your ears. So I really like that. That was a great video that I did this morning. Let me see. And then Jeff Hates Pigs, Jody Shiloh, and JTD. Thanks for joining me, bro. You look like a new one. If I see you around enough, JTD, I'll make you a moderator. Just keep on coming back. And Julian, you as well, dude. You as well. I used to like thick girls, but it's just unhealthy. That extra body fat, it gives them diabetes and all this cardiovascular disease. It's just not healthy, bro. We got to teach our ladies to get to the gym and work out like back in the 80s and 90s when everybody was in shape, right? Now everybody's just a fat pig, and the only people that are making money is Big Pharma and the medical industrial complex. Give me a bunch of ones if you want to make America healthy again. And by the way, RFK all the way, guys. RFK all the way. Give me a bunch of RFKs in the chat box. That guy is legit. Bob Saget, thank you as well. Bob Saget says, I think public officials have been violating and distorting our laws to further their personal agendas. Absolutely. No one is ever held accountable unless you're Donald Trump, right? And then they want to send you to jail for 100 years. That's the problem. It's just a total. It's so biased and it's just so unfair what they're doing. It's even me, somebody who's a libertarian, I'm looking at this going, hey, this guy's being targeted. This guy's obviously being targeted. Unfair. All right, let's get back into the video.
Flying under the radar. What else did the campaign underreport? Where else did the money go? Maxine Waters walked away from this with barely a scratch. She's been doing this for a very long time. She keeps getting reelected. The people that she represents don't care. And that's unfortunate because I think trust, again, is something that's really powerful and it damages when you do stuff like this. You can't scream about accountability while your own campaign looks like a cash funnel to your friends and family.
Many people say that's because her voters know that she'll bring them more Section 8 and more welfare benefits, and they don't care that she's corrupt because she'll bring them more federal money so they can skate through life. And a lot of people say that's what her voter base is, but let's keep going.
Is a seasoned veteran who played the game and got caught holding the bag again and again and again, and the system just gave her a slap on the wrist. But the voters, we got the real power to give her something more stronger next election. But let's be honest, most likely she'll just get reelected. How old is Maxine Waters actually? Maybe it's time to stop recycling politicians who treat campaign finance like it's their own personal piggy bank. But that's just me.
Hey, Kinetic, if he sticks around long enough, I'll make him a mod. I don't care. As long as he's civil to you guys. I mean, basically you and what's the matter you and Jody and a couple other guys, but mainly the three of you guys are the ones that I kind of count on to make sure we don't have like a nuclear bomb going off in the chat. Again, I'm Many people say I'm right of Attila the Hun, but in reality, I am a natural law advocate, and I want people to have their own points of view and their own opinions. And so I'm totally cool with having a Marxist Democrat like this Perez guy as a moderator. If he can prove to you guys and prove to Jody that he's going to be honorable and not wreak havoc and chaos in the chats, not a problem to me at all. All right, so here comes the next one. Remember Super Mayor Tiffany, guys? So the never-ending saga of Miss Ghetto herself, Super Mayor Tiffany. You guys are going to love this one. This is an update on the latest in the saga of Miss Amazing Weave, Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Let's get into it.
Your favorite super mayor, Tiffany Henyard, the people's mayor, people's supervisor. Yes, yes, yes. I'm still going to coin my name.
PM Friday, Tiffany Henyard, the former Dalton mayor and Thornton Township supervisor, walked into circuit court.
Tiffany, do you have any thoughts about being in court today, being ordered to come to court?
We don't have any comment right now.
Love on those that loving on you back, and pay attention to the people in your camp. Because I had a ton of Judases in my camp. I kid you not, a ton of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I'm sure you remember this person's face.
Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Getting up at press conference, talking about nothing. Learn the law. I tell y'all that all the time. Learn from me. But because I'm younger than all y'all think y'all can't learn from me, huh?
We've talked about the ex-super mayor Tiffany Henyard on this channel extensively. And when you think the saga is over, she just continues to pull more plot twists, basically straight out of the corruption cinematic universe. And this time she walked into court, refused to talk, and pleaded the fifth again. Obviously, this wasn't just a one-off. This is what stalling while under the fire looks like. So here it is. Welcome to chapter 97 on how not to be a public servant. So here's the scene. Tiffany Henyard, former mayor of Dalton, and obviously part-time.
Hey, who's this guy right here? Is this Mr. Smith from the what's that movie with Keanu Reeves? Come on, guys, give me a bunch of ones if that's Mr. Smith. And what's this guy doing? He needs to get on Weight Watchers. And what's the deal with the Hermes belt buckle, dude? Come on, man. Really? Give me a break. Gee whiz.
Township supervisor, got dragged into court yesterday. Why? Because when the watchdogs asked her for public records, like where did the money go, she ghosted them like a bad Tinder date. A public interest group called Edgar County Watchdogs, we've used their website many times talking about some of the things that's been going on with its super mayor for years. They hit the village of Dalton with a lawsuit saying that her administration straight up ignored basic freedom of information requests.
Tiffany Henyard's appearance in court was pretty quick and easy. She was ordered to come to court, I should say, in person after being found in contempt for not following state transparency laws and submitting records during her time in office. Now, as you mentioned, instead of testifying today, her attorney pled the fifth on the former mayor's behalf.
Court documents say Henyard refused to respond to emails from last fall from Dalton Council requesting records in response to the FOIA request.
The watchdogs were looking for something pretty simple, which were some credit card bills.
The FOIAs, which is something extremely important, especially dealing with any type of government, especially local government. You need to be able to request certain things, and they should be able to give those items to you. They can't ignore our FOIA requests. They can't do it. So this group wanted some simple receipts, credit card bills, meeting documents, the usual stuff. But instead of coughing up those documents, Henyard and her team gave the legal equivalent of a new phone. Who's this? The judge told Tiffany to show up in person because she was already in contempt for not complying with the state transparency laws. The lawyer basically said that she doesn't remember what document that was. It was so much chaos back then. I mean, a lot of chaos was made by her behavior, obviously. And listen, I'm not a lawyer. I mean, probably at this point, she has some issues and she's going to probably need to keep quiet. But it'd be nice if she was like truly transparent, because if you truly don't have the documents, why plead a fifth?
During her time as Dalton mayor and Thornton Township supervisor, Brindley advised her to plead the fifth.
I think that's what anybody that's smart and reasonable and has a lawyer is going to do under these circumstances. She's not a public figure anymore. She's not in office. She has every right to exercise her rights under the Constitution to protect herself.
But we all know what pleading the fifth means.
Anything she did in her official capacity, she's got to divulge it, and she's not doing it. She's obviously a criminal, and she's trying to hide behind the fact that she's America's first ghetto mayor. Let's keep going.
If it's something you do when answering could incriminate you, not when you simply misplaced the receipt, not when you're saying that you have no idea what paper you're holding. So if there's nothing there, then what are you trying to protect? I think we kind of know what she's trying to do. I think she's done so much nonsense. There was so much commingling with the funds. She doesn't want to say anything out of pocket because it's going to probably bite her in the ass at the end. So she decides not to speak. But the wild part is, this isn't a murder trial. This is about email.
By the way, make sure to double tap that screen, hit that like and subscribe button, show your support for my channel. Even if it's $1.99 super chat, throw it my way. It really helps. Any kind of donations or membership, purchase a membership, definitely helps support the channel. I work pretty much just on donations. Let me just take a look at your comments here. So I got, let me see here. Kinetic Custom says you were all being deceived. There was 2 constitutions that were pennies. We got to talk about that more in another show, dude. Hey, Life Under, good seeing you, bro. Life Under the microscope. They should take her makeup away so we can see her real face. Shanae confirm 100. No, dude, she needs to get rid of that weave, man. It just looks terrible. Give me a bunch of ones. If you think that Shanae needs to, Mayor Tiffany needs to drop the freaking weave, man. She just looks goofy with that goofy weave. What's the deal with all these crazy looking weaves? They're all wearing the same color weave. Is that like a Democrat thing? I don't get it. Why are they trying to appropriate the culture of the white woman by wearing a straight haired weave? Don't you think that's cultural misappropriation? Isn't that what they say about putting the braids in your hair if you're a white woman? Why doesn't it work for them? I don't know. Well, you guys tell me. I'd like to know more. So what's going on here? We got Ozzy Crosby. What's going on, Ozzy? Good seeing you, man. Thanks for joining the show. I appreciate it, brother. You are the man. All right, let's get back into the video.
Emails and credit card charges. If you're innocent and if you really don't know, you can say that under oath. But by pleading the fifth, it's like you're saying, I don't know, and I'd rather not explain. And that makes people more suspicious.
Yeah.
Because now we're all asking, what is so bad in those records? Why not just turn them over? Why stall? Why dodge? Why plead? Why hide if it's just a misunderstanding? Oh, because if it's not just a misunderstanding, then it's maybe deliberate. Maybe it's not because she forgot. It's like she remembers exactly what it is, and saying it out loud can open a legal can of worms. It's not chaos that she's avoiding, it's consequences. I mean, think about it. It's just a credit card bill. It's not exactly Area 51. And we could talk about the chaos because indeed it was tons of chaos. Her entire time in office was basically like an episode of Parks and Rec. And if it was written by Quentin Tarantino, she waved the paper.
Yeah, she had her own private police force. They would arrest people for filming her. I mean, she was just a total tyrant. And, you know, she would act like Jasmine Crockett, act all ghetto like she's a rap star. She was horrible, like a total piece of trash. And now she's trying to hide evidence that was lawfully subpoenaed and publicly requested through records requests. I mean, she's just garbage. I mean, a garbage human. All right, let's keep going.
Around the board meeting saying that some program was canceled, but never shows the actual document. So the courts are like, cool, show us the proof. And she's like, nope. And it gets worse for her because while that hearing was happening, a judge casually brought up another lawsuit. There's so many lawsuits, I can't keep up, to be honest. I mean, you could probably have an entire YouTube channel on all of Tiffany Henyard's lawsuits. In this particular lawsuit, one that lists not just Henyard, but the Village of Dawn and members of the fire and police commissions. And Tiffany, she said she didn't even know about that one. She may not. She has so many lawsuits, she may not remember which one at the particular time is suing her, but that's just how she does things. So now her defense isn't just legal, it's spiritual. She's ghosting accountability on all levels. Let's call it what it is. It's a stall tactic. It's a legal version of pressing pause on a video that you do not want to finish. And with the FBI reportedly looking into her alleged misuse of public funds and retaliating against political opponents, pleading the fifth isn't just the play. It may be the only play left, the only move left with the ex-supermayor. This isn't just someone trying to dodge embarrassment. This is someone who's potentially sitting on a pyramid of bad decisions, hoping that the house of cards don't fall. So what happened after the hearing? Well, that's kind of interesting because it's even more revealing than the courtroom itself. Tiffany Henyard went back on Facebook Live, and it's been a couple of months since she's really been doing this, basically since the election that she lost. And she went on live like she just left a red carpet event, not a court date over public corruption and legal stonewalling. And instead of offering answers, trying to be transparent, explaining what is going on, why you were there in the first place, why you didn't answer that Freedom of Information request, She gave us a lot of gratitude, God, and goat meat.
Just say thank y'all. Everything was amazing today.
Shit.
I was very successful,
Know what I'm saying?
as always. So I just want to thank y'all and thank God for always, like, you know, keeping my angels around me and keeping me protected at all time and all costs. And don't tell everything that you're doing until the ink dry, okay? Because you got these haters and these people that pray against what you are speaking into existence. But you have to speak things into existence so that it can prevail. So remember that, guys, and just stay positive, because life is too short. Love on those that loving on you back, and pay attention to the people in your camp, because I had a ton of Judases in my camp. I kid you not, a ton of them, and I speak to that a lot. But I just want to say again, thank you so much for loving on me. Till next time, I will be announcing and telling y'all about my book tour, so you can go on and do your pre-orders for yours truly, Tiffany Henyard. It's been an uphill battle, but hey, they didn't know I was made for this. They tried and tried and tried, but I still prevail. Because he got like a little goat coming out. You're going to get the goat from Rome real soon. So stay tuned, Mr. Henyard. He likes to stay on that grill. For those that haven't had goat before, it's really good.
Now, anybody, if you want, I think she wants you to donate money so she can get a grill. So if anybody knows anyone who's selling any grills, let me know and we can do a fundraiser for her so she can get herself some new grill. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Spicy, that will be coming out as well. But I just wanted to get on here.
She thanked her supporters, talked about being prayed up, teased a book tour as if the promo cycle for a reality show, not the aftermath of being held in contempt of court. She claimed everything was amazing and called the whole day a success. I don't know what world she's living in. The live was dripping in delusion. And the way she kept talking about her haters, I think no one is really mad that she was the first super mayor. I think a lot of people are just mad about the transparency laws being ignored, like expired coupons. Her whole vibe was like she's just being targeted for her greatness and not for her shady governance, not the way that she handled being the mayor and being the supervisor. A lot of this is her fault. And she talked about her child and talked about her father and obviously all this stuff, talking about her book. Yet she did not drop a single explanation on why she had to plead the fifth or why FOIA requests keep vanishing into the ether. So let's talk about this book, because I find it interesting. Keith Freeman said that Tiffany Henyard didn't do emails. So we're going to act like she's actually going to write a book? Okay. What exactly is going to be in his memoir? What part where she allegedly ghosted transparency laws? Will there be a chapter on ignoring public records requests like spam emails? Because if you can't speak in court under oath, then what are you going to spill in a book sold on Amazon? We're supposed to believe that she's suddenly ready to tell a story, not to a judge, not to investigators, and definitely not under the penalty of perjury. So in my opinion, this is not about transparency. This is about PR. This is a calculated move to rewrite the narrative before legal reality comes crashing down. I mean, she needed to tell a story before when she was running for election. Everyone kept waiting for these receipts. She said that she has all this information that's going to show that she's not involved in any of this, or she's not as guilty as people.
Give me a bunch of ones for Reluctant Prophet, our resident government accountability master of Arizona. RP, I'll give you a call after the chat, man. I just had to go live, dude, because I'm working all day tomorrow, probably the rest of the week. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do any evening shows. So I just had to cover this, but I will call you, bro. All right. So I got your back, man. Don't worry about it. Hopefully you haven't filed anything. We'll talk about it. All right. Let's go.
Made believe. And it never happened. The receipts never came from the podcast or even the YouTube videos or when she goes on Facebook Live. She had tons of opportunities to say something, show something, and it never happened. Is the book going to explain the missing documents, the claims that you retaliated against people that you didn't like, the sweetheart contracts you gave, or is it going to be just another round of they hating me because I was the first with a motivational quote slapped on every page? You can't claim to be silenced while live streaming your every thought, and you can't definitely promise to tell it all in a book while hiding behind a fifth in court.
Agreed.
One of those is a performance. And I think we all know which one we're talking about here. So the truth is, this book is probably not going to be about honesty. It's about control. It's an attempt to shape public perception while the legal system still has her under the microscope. Now, of course, if she actually writes a book, of course I'm going to read it. Most of you guys are not going to read it. Fine, but I will. I'm sure she's going to get a ghostwriter or something like that, but I will love to read this book. It is definitely going to be on my summer book list. Well, if it comes out this summer. And judging by the lawsuits and investigations and the public outrage, obviously this chapter isn't close to being over. So that live was damage control dressed as motivation. Also, I think she was pretty hyped that she didn't go to jail or anything like that. She was able to walk out. And I know a lot of people thought that she was going to jail. So that live was the political version of yelling, "I'm unbothered," while your house is on fire. If Tiffany Henyard had nothing truly to hide, she would just go live with the receipts and not the rehash thank you speeches. This isn't a spiritual attack. This is legal accountability. And no matter how many inspirational quotes or Instagram filters.
Debbie, 100%. We know that like the communist Chinese and the enemies of this country, in order to buy influence, were buying Hunter Biden's paintings for like hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's a high probability. Look, we saw that same thing with the U.S. Supreme Court, a couple of months back, where they recused themselves from a case that was being heard against Penguin Books, where they all had contracts and book deals with Penguin Books, so they had to recuse themselves. In other words, the lower court case opinion was upheld, and of course it was not favorable to the person that was suing Penguin Books. So think about how this whole scheme works, guys. So you come up with a book deal, and then all of a sudden, all these people miraculously start buying your books. And of course, this lady here probably is not even literate. She probably doesn't know how to read or write. So she's going to have a ghostwriter. And then she'll get political payoffs and kickbacks in the form of book purchases. Many people say it's a money laundering scheme in order to enrich these politicians because they, one hand washes the other. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you think I'm onto something. Because I think that, to me, as a lawyer, that reasonable inferences can be drawn from the circumstantial evidence, and that's all this stuff is. I mean, who would want to read a book written by the Ratchet Queen over here? I know that I probably wouldn't. I understand why Hannibal wants to read it, because he'll probably find some inconsistencies to find more lies about what she's done. Kind of like that Kennedy guy, the special forces guy, who claimed that he committed all these war crimes, and then he had to roll that back, that he took all these guys out. He's solely defeated. He won the whole Afghanistan war on it. Tim Kennedy, right? He won the whole Afghanistan war single-handedly. I mean, it's crazy what these people do. But let's keep on watching, guys.
She applies, the subpoenas keep coming. She got permission to submit an affidavit saying that she doesn't have the records. So this is basically a written version of, nah, I don't got it. I don't have it at all. And the judge let her slide for now. The people of Dalton already voted her out, and that's the only accountability that they can control. Everything else, that's on the courts, and the clock is ticking. And let's not forget the issues and the whispers and rumors about the improper vendor contracts, the sweetheart deals, the connected friends, and the public funds being used irresponsibly. Some of those things are under quiet investigation, and that's not even counting what the FBI might eventually slap her with if they dig deep enough. So obviously this is not just one big lawsuit. It's a collection of them, a series of them. Each of these cases pull back the curtain a little on how deep the mismanagement, the corruption went. And with every new affidavit, subpoena, or leaked email, the picture gets uglier. So we'll see what's going on with that. Are you interested in the Tiffany Henyard, the ex-super mayor book? I am. I will be purchasing it. If she ever gets it done. She may not get it done. But what you guys think about this story, let me know in the comments below.
By the way, guys, I want to give a shout out to Jeff Hates Pigs. Jeff, it means a lot to me that you're supporting my channel, dude. It's really been hard for me to do these shows. It's been tough. So anytime you guys, even if it's like 50 cents, you know what I mean? It goes a long way, because I've got to convince my wife that going live for 3 hours somehow benefits the family. So it really means a lot to me. And when you buy memberships, when you buy them in bulk, it goes out to other people who might also want to become part of Team MPE. And so one of the things that I like to do here is form parallel systems with like-minded people. So the main goal here, and I'm going to have Brett Pike come on in a couple of weeks, is to encourage people to form parallel systems to get your kids out of public schools, homeschool your kids, get them off the government crack, and start teaching them about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, your unalienable rights, and start aligning yourselves with honorable people, and start trying to get involved in the government yourself so you can change it from within. Run for sheriff, run for mayor, run for school board, get rid of these ratchet queens and the blue-haired mafia, these flag burner, anti-American, Marxist commies. Get them out of there. Right? Get some real masculine men into office who are like-minded. Get some real feminine women who understand the differences between our roles in society, and make America a place, restore America back to our traditional value system of honor, duty, and country, That's what Team MPE is all about. So it really means a lot to me that you support me, Jeff. You guys are awesome. Thanks, Life Under the Microscope, for the kind words too. Let's get back into it. I've got another one here. I mean, look, man, I could do a show about DEI hires gone wild for a month and still not stop. I could go straight for a month. It just probably a year and just do it continuously. There's so much garbage. Let's talk about Melissa Hortman. And look, you guys, I don't know if you've heard about this, but many people, if you've ever heard of the Clinton body count, have you guys ever heard of the Clinton body count? Let me know. Put it in the comments. So for some reason, anybody who Hillary Clinton has had a problem with over the years seems to have unalived themselves. There's actually a website called the Clinton body count that shows the body count of anyone connected with the Clintons that potentially has information that could damage their reputations. And they all just disappear and they die mysteriously of really strange circumstances. And I don't know, a lot of people are telling me that they think that if you go against the Democrat Party and you're a Democrat, that they'll unalive you. And so now I'm going to show you some evidence that may just prove that may just be enough to show hey, thanks, Mick. I appreciate that, bro. Mick says that I'm preaching facts. Hey, man, all I'm trying to do is try to form an alliance with people who want to restore the republic. I want to get these scumbags out of office. And if you guys don't do it, who else is going to do it? You want another Tiffany Henyard? You want another Broom Hillary? Absolutely not. We got to do it, Mick. We're the ones who have to change the system. That's why I homeschool my kids. I don't want some blue-haired freak brainwashing my children, brainwashing my daughter into thinking that white men are oppressors. I don't want some blue-haired freak waving rainbow flags and Black Lives Matter flags around, telling my kids that their father is an oppressor. That's just unacceptable to me. The NEA and the teachers associations are run by radical cultural Marxists who hate America. Why would you send your kids to a public school? Homeschool your kids, homestead, grow your own food, start participating. Don't just sit there and point fingers, get involved. And that's what my channel is about. I'm trying to encourage people to change the system. And look, I'll help fund your political campaign for reals. You know, we had Dr. Oh gosh, I got her name on the tip of my head, but I have a member who is a doctor and she ran for office. She didn't win. But look, guys, if we can form parallel systems, we'll be able to start doing fundraisers. We could help guys like Chili DeCastro run for governor. I mean, I'm not joking around. We need to get people into office who aren't corrupt, who have been screwed by the system, who will hopefully change the system from within. We need people of a strong constitution who are willing to go to jail for what they believe in. And that's Chili DeCastro. That's Lane Myers. These are the kind of people that we should be trying to put into political office. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. I mean, I'm shouting it from the rooftops, guys. That's what we need. In order to change the system, people like you have to get involved. You can't just sit there and cast stones. You've got to get involved and try to make positive change. And I'm trying to be like the John the Baptist of the internet, promoting the America First values that I think we need in order to change the system, get us back onto a gold and silver-based system where we have our currency backed by something of intrinsic value, abolish the private Federal Reserve banking cartel, and maybe, look, I'm looking at Bitcoin as a potential option, looking at Ethernet. I mean, anything to get to where we have a store of value, where we hold, get rid of the banks, right? Get rid of the ability for these people to control us. Anyways, let's get back into the next video. Let's do it.
We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination.
This is absolutely insane.
Motivated by
Congresswoman assassinated over her beliefs. There's a manifesto that was placed here. This is absolutely insane. So obviously, rest in peace to the Democratic Minnesota House Speaker, Melissa Hortman, and her husband that were killed today. And it looks like it was a politically motivated assassination in Brooklyn Park. It happened today. And we're kind of going through a lot of what's going on. So one of the interesting things about this story is the fact that this vote that she just had yesterday, she was very emotional when she talked about it. We're going to show you this, and I'm going to tell you exactly why in just a second.
That vote, and I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
DFL Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman emotional following the House's adjournment from a special session Monday. Hortman was the lone DFL lawmaker to cast a vote to cut Minnesota Care access for undocumented immigrants. It's a move she made with a heavy...
In other words, she did the right thing by not giving money, our tax dollars, to illegal aliens that Joe Biden flooded into our country. And because she did that, she was assassinated. Okay, that's to paraphrase it for you. But let's keep watching.
Be heart.
I did what leaders do. I stepped up and I got the job done for the people of Minnesota.
The bill was deeply unpopular with members of the DFL caucus. Members have repeatedly expressed frustration that the bill was part of a compromise, one that would ensure the necessary GOP votes to pass the rest of the state budget.
We are tremendously disappointed and gut-wrenched at this decision, at this compromise that compromises our communities that are most vulnerable.
Hortman knows she let down her own caucus members with the vote.
They're right to be mad at me. I think some of them are pretty angry. I think that their job was to make folks who voted for that bill feel like crap, and I think that they succeeded.
So this is...
And by the way, all the mass shooters lately, they're all like trans, right? You know, when the news media won't tell you that it's a white male, it's a problem because they only want to talk about how evil white males are. Have you noticed that they're all like people on hormones? They're all effed up on this DEI freaking cult. And the Democrat Party is eating its own, guys. It's gone completely off the rocker.
A lot going on. She was assassinated in her own home, shot dead along with her husband. So this was not a random act of violence. This was planned, this was targeted, and this was...
And of course, CBS, ABC, CNN, and all the usual players tried to blame this on a Republican. I'm reminding you, they said that this was a Republican who did this, like a white supremacist or a white man who is against the Democrats. So I just want you to see what really happened. Let's watch this video.
It's political, so far from the reports that we've seen over the last couple of hours. And the guy that's alleged to have done it is still out there. They have the name of the individual. We'll be talking about that as well. And the police say that this is a politically motivated hit. There's a manifesto, there's a hit list, a fake cop uniform, and the whole thing just sounds like it's on TV. It's crazy. That's what's happening right here. So who was Melissa Hortman? She was a very powerful person. She was a former Speaker of the Minnesota House, a top Democrat, a lawyer, and she wasn't necessarily going along with the flow. Just a few days ago, she broke from a party with this vote that shocked a lot of people. This vote right here, she was the only Democrat who voted to repeal health coverage for undocumented adults. That vote stripped benefits from 17,000 people. So it's possible.
So guys, I just want to take a little poll here. Give me a bunch of ones if you think, oh, I'm having a playback error on this thing. All right, so this is a 1012. I'm going to reboot this bad chicken to see if I can get...
We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband...
Get it on 1012. Sorry about that, guys. I think, was it... Wait.
Benefits.
So I just want to ask you guys a question. I really want you to be serious about this, all right? Give me a bunch of ones if you think the American people should be forced to pay for free health care, free housing, and free SNAP benefits for illegal aliens. If you think that that's fair, give me a bunch of twos if you think it's unfair and that illegal aliens should come into the country legally, where we can vet them to find out if they're a threat to our country and make sure that they came here to work, not for the promise of free stuff. By most estimates, less than 3% of the 20 million illegals that Joe Biden invited into our country and brought here with your tax dollars are working. Less than 3%. 100%. We're paying for those people to stay here for free out of our tax dollars. And I actually put up a video for you guys, a short on my channel where I break down, actually another woman breaks down how illegal aliens are able to get free stuff, free healthcare, free medical, free everything without a social security number if they move into a sanctuary city. Give me a bunch of ones if you think that it's perfectly okay for you and I to have to be forced to pay for them. And give me a bunch of twos if you think it's an abomination that we should have to pay for illegal aliens that illegally entered our country so they could get free stuff. I'd like to see what you guys have to say. But in the meantime, I don't even know how it's a debate, to be honest with you. But let's just keep playing the video.
From 17,000 people. So it's possible. Is this a situation that caused this? I don't know. I mean, what happened was some cold, calculated, tactical stuff that got this person and her husband killed. So is it true? Did she side with Republicans to cut free health care for illegal immigrants, and then that got her gunned down by, they say, a Democrat hours later? Is that accurate? We don't know. There's a lot of allegations. I mean, the person that is the suspect is still out there on the loose right now.
They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Well, the suspect is identified as Vance Bolter. He dressed up as a cop, full fake uniform, badge, squad car, SUV. He pulled up to her house like he was on duty, gained her trust, and then that's where it's been reported he opened fire, shot Melissa and her husband dead. Same day, he hit up another lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, and shot him and his wife. They survived, but barely.
My prayers also go out to State Senator.
So the guy that shot these people worked for Tim Walz. I mean, these people are so radicalized. It's like a cult. Like, we got to pay for illegals. We got to give everyone everything for free. Trump is evil. They're really into this cult, man. It's like a death cult. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt.
This man had a list and he was crossing those names off. Who is Vance Bolter? This wasn't a random person off the street. This wasn't some crazy person. I mean, probably something's wrong with him. Bolter was a former appointee under Democratic governors. He worked on Minnesota's Workforce Development Council, first appointed by Governor Mark Dason, and then later reappointed by now Governor Tim Walz. So on paper, he looked like he was a community guy, but obviously you dig a little deeper and the mask starts to slip. So Vance Bolter was also a private security specialist who claimed to have worked in war zones across Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. He wasn't just toting around a resume. He ran a company called Praetorian Guard Security Services. It sounds impressive, but it's really unclear if any of those credentials were legit or just part of a fantasy. He presented himself as a protector, but what he allegedly brought was a lot of violence, cold, calculated violence. He is 57 years old and spent the last few years slipping further into extremist ideologies. Police found not just weapons in his SUV, they found a whole kit, fake police badge, tactical gear. He had a fake patrol car styling. He built a character, a costume, and when he showed up at Representative Hortman's door, dressed up as a cop, it was basically theater with deadly consequences. What really flips the script here is his background in political circles. Bolter wasn't just some dude scribbling manifestos in his basement. He has been inside that room. He has been inside that system, which makes things even scarier. It's like someone who sat down on a table and decided to flip it over and burn the house down. Bolter left behind materials that reference a movement called No Kings, which appears to be a protest group hell-bent on toppling what they see as authoritarian rule. And the craziest part about this, he has not been caught yet. I mean, it just happened today.
So just so you guys know about No Kings, I don't know if you guys noticed, but all the communist, Marxist, Democrat-run news stations all run the same exact story. They all say the same thing. That's how you know they're all paid by the same person. Well, No Kings. What is No Kings? It was started by the owner of Walmart, who hates Donald Trump and who is an ally of the Communist Chinese, who receives a lot of money from the Communist Chinese. In essence, it appears as though this whole No Kings thing was started by who? Probably the Communist Chinese. We know that the Democrats receive enormous amounts of money through the Confucian societies on college campuses from where? the communist Chinese. We know the communist Chinese hate Donald Trump and his supporters because why? Tariffs. And they're also starting their own BRICS currency. They're trying to break away from the US currency system, and they want to take Taiwan. So, and Trump is trying to stop them. So it almost looks like these people are on the pay. The communist Chinese are funding these insurrections in Los Angeles. They're all happening at the same time in sanctuary cities. They're bringing in crates full of bricks. Now we know that a lot of this money is coming from communist Chinese funded organizations allied with the communist Chinese and groups like George Soros. And these are the types of people that these movements create. Psychopaths. Let's keep watching.
Most likely he probably will get caught, but this guy had a grudge, a list, and a plan. And unless he's found soon, there's no telling who is next on a list, because there is a list, a hit list. It wasn't just Melissa Hortman that was on the list. There was also other people. Obviously, Senator Hoffman, but there's others in the list. Congresswoman Omar, Senator Tina Smith, Attorney General Keith Ellison, judges, journalists, professors, and abortion providers. Over 50 names, each one representing a person he believed had betrayed America.
What I will tell you, when we did a search of the vehicle, there wasn't a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state who took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary.
As Chief Bruley noted, there was a list of individuals, and the individuals that were targeted in this situation were on that list. And so when we're looking at that, as Chief Bruley said, it's far too early in the investigation to be able to provide information.
So this was a mission dossier, basically. Each name came with notes. Some had addresses, others had photos or social media handles. He did a lot of homework. So this was extremely personal, ideological, and systematic. Law enforcement sources said it looked like he has been building this document for months. Then apparently there was flyers, hundreds of them, printed in bold, black, and red ink, calling for a national cleansing. They were stapled to his manifesto document titled "No Kings, No Chains," where he ranted against elected officials, centralized government, and immigration. The document cited everything from the founding fathers to the modern day militia blogs, all wrapped up in paranoid delusion. So he just didn't want to just kill politicians. He wanted to spark a movement, to light a match and watch the system implode. He saw himself as a revolutionary martyr, someone who would be...
And if he had been a Republican, they would have automatically said that he's a white supremacist and anti-black and all this stuff. But their whole narrative crumbled when they found out that he's a radical Marxist Democrat. So now they don't know what to do. And he happened to work for Tim Walz, who didn't like it that this woman voted again, didn't sing the party line like they would in communist China. It's pretty scary, guys. I'm pretty scared for any Democrat politician who doesn't go along exactly with the party line.
Be remembered not as a terrorist, but as a liberator. So in his twisted view, America needed a purge, and he saw the hit list as the first step. So this guy was a little wonkers. Clearly, again, everything is alleged. Usually when people drop manifestos, they want it to be read.
Give me a bunch of ones for Jody Shiloh's comment about Target. Target is, to me, the most anti-family, communist Chinese infiltrated organization in the country. Pure evil. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
They're looking for more support. They're looking for someone to actually start doing something about whatever they're ranting about. But this is also a much bigger issue right here. So again, rest in peace to that Congresswoman and her husband. Totally crazy, because we got to this point now, we're going to be taking out people based on their voting record. I mean, again, obviously this person had an agenda and a list of people that he wanted taken out, and clearly not by voting them out, but killing them. So let's talk about the last couple of weeks. Let's zoom out a little bit. Beyond this situation here,
guys.
This isn't isolated. The former president and now president, Trump, almost got assassinated twice. This is like a pressure cooker with busted gauges. The cities are on fire, literally and figuratively. Protesters are clashing with the riot squads, smoke grenades.
They're insurrectionists, okay, guys? This is a real insurrection, not a 3-hour riot in Washington, D.C. with unarmed protesters, okay? With half of them probably undercover Antifa, and then undercover federal agents. Lasted 3 hours. One item was stolen, a lectern. This is an insurrection funded in part by communist China. They're burning our cities down. They're throwing bricks at American citizens, waving foreign flags. This is an insurrection, and it's bought and paid for by our enemies, people who are hostile to the United States government.
mix it with anger. It's starting to feel like this country is sitting on a fuse. Are we still talking about politics? And some folks are acting like hashtags and Molotov cocktails are going to fix this. And the more we throw fire, the darker things get. This is definitely not normal. We need to stop feeding this fire because it's just getting worse. And we need to be able to handle opposing views without crashing out. But it looks like that's just not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, Melissa Hortman did not deserve this. Her husband did not deserve this. No one should die over a vote. Disagreeing is fine. That's democracy. But this is straight up murder. So I don't know. I think we just need to chill. We need to step back, unplug, get off the internet, take a walk, touch some grass, respect each other, even if we disagree. But if this is the road that we're going to go down, we're not going to just be losing politicians. We're going to lose the whole damn country. So let me know what you guys think about this story. Obviously, we're going to have more following this situation exactly. Hopefully, they catch the person who did this and bring that person to justice before they continue to do the crazy, reckless, chaotic stuff they've already been doing. And we'll get some good news in the next day or so, hopefully. But let me know what you guys think about this story in the comments below. Thank you for taking time to watch this video, and I'll see you guys.
Another good one. Again, Hannibal is Hungry. Awesome freaking commentator. One of the best channels out there. All right, so the next video I got for you is Mayor Brandon Johnson. Another piece of work. Let's see what this guy's up to. Another DEI hire. Let's go.
Now, Mayor Johnson with his sharpest criticisms yet of President Trump. At a news conference this morning, he compared the policies of the White House to acts of terror.
Trying to force your will to break the spirit of working people in order to have a conversation, that's terrorism. We're not going to negotiate with terrorists.
I do want to talk about the Trump administration, the threats to withhold money for CPS, more than $1 billion over DE&I issues, and you've said you would sue if that happened. What is the status of this?
But this president doesn't care. It's the same person who freed January 6ers. He's more concerned about protecting his extreme base, the interests of the ultra wealthy, than actually supporting working people.
So imagine your city is broke. Like in
the ultra wealthy like George Soros and the people that write his paycheck. Give me a break.
Ship with too many holes and not enough buckets. Crime is up, turning neighborhoods into no-go zones. People are packing their bags like it's an evacuation drill to get the hell out of there. In the schools, they're not just struggling, they're limping like an overweight mule on its last leg. Now imagine the mayor grabs the mic and says he's proud of only hiring people based on their skin color, not results, not experience, just race.
That's it.
That's not hypothetical. That's exactly what Brandon Johnson did. So like a firefighter showing up to a blaze, tossing gasoline instead of water, he made the problem worse. And now the DOJ is investigating. At this point, he might be the worst mayor in America since Tiffany Henyard got voted out.
Somebody going to jail.
And that's like someone flunking clown school. This isn't leadership. It's a slow motion train wreck where the conductor is too busy posing for a diversity calendar while the city derails behind him. Let's get into it. The U.S. Department of Justice is officially digging into Mayor Brandon Johnson's hiring practices. Why? Because Brandon Johnson said the quiet part out loud at the church event, that 45% of his leadership team is black and that hiring his people is how he helps everyone.
And that set this all in motion.
Yeah, could you imagine a white guy doing that? I mean, the entire left-wing press would destroy him. Probably they'd send out assassins like the Tim Walz guy did with the one Democrat voter who voted against giving illegal aliens free everything, right? So, I mean, come on, guys. Have you figured this out yet? This is all about false narratives. It's bull crap.
Deputy mayor is a black woman. Department of Planning and Development is a black woman. Infrastructure deputy mayor is a black woman. Chief operations officer is a black man. Budget director is a black woman. Senior advisor is a black man. And I'm laying that out because when you ask how do we ensure that our people get a chance to grow their business?
Our people, this is the United States of America. This is racist, guys. This guy is a racist in my view. You don't hire people based on their skin color. You don't say our people. Our people are the American people, not our people, like only white people matter or only like my group matters. That is the exact opposite of what Martin Luther King Jr. taught. What is this guy talking about? This guy must be on something. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you think that it's racist for this guy to select people and put them into positions of power solely based on the fact that they're black. That's ridiculous in my view. Give me a bunch of twos if you think that I'm a racist, bigot, and a homophobe for wanting people to be put in positions of power based on merit, based on qualifications. I'd like to see what you have to say about it.
Having people in my administration that will look out for the interest of everyone, and everyone means you have to look out for the interests of black folks.
The problem with that is Chicago is falling apart. I mean, check out this guy's approval rating. So I don't know what he's talking about. This guy seems to say and do the exact opposite of what a competent mayor would. Like he looked at the playbook for smart leadership and chose to run it backwards. And somehow he thinks that diversity optics are going to win here. And speaking of the Department of Justice, while they're out busy investigating the mayor for hiring based on race, they're also going after another group pulling some shady moves, healthcare giants targeting seniors. And that brings me to something that actually helps people, especially if you are 65.
Sorry, Hannibal, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube for advertising for a company. You got to disclose on your channel if you're going to advertise, and I didn't do that. So
Brandon Johnson, the Chicago mayor, has one of the worst approval ratings of any major city mayor.
Of course.
And think about it. Chicago is dealing with tons of problems: skyrocketing crime, budget deficits, failing schools, businesses are fleeing, homelessness is surging, and a city workforce ready to strike.
And a lot of the blacks are pissed off that he's putting illegal aliens over his people. Just to give you some context, that's why he's not popular with his people, because he's trying to use the census to redistrict to make sure that the Democrats pick up another 10 or 20 seats. And probably, like What's the Matter You says, to make sure the prison industrial complex has plenty of convicts to fuel that as well. So I would agree with What's the Matter You. It does benefit the prison system, but ultimately it benefits the Democrat Party. Why? Because they go to sanctuary cities where they don't enforce our immigration laws, so they feel safe against the federal government. So that's really what it is, guys. That's all it is. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Give me a bunch of twos if you think I'm a racist, bigot, and a homophobe for not agreeing lock, stock, and barrel with the Marxist Democrats.
And this man's priority is racial headcounts in City Hall. Nobody's saying don't hire black people. I'm black. I think we all want opportunities, but using race as a job qualification while the city is collapsing, that's not the flex he thinks it is. The DOJ's Civil Rights Division sent a letter saying that they believe that he might be making hire decisions based on race alone. That violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. In other words, if you're running a public office, you can't legally hire based on race, period. And the worst part, the feds said they're not just looking at his top people, but all hiring decisions across the city. And if they find a pattern, this could trigger lawsuits, fines, and maybe even consent decrees. And honestly, this is all his fault. Let's talk about how dumb all this is. First off, this isn't gotcha politics. He wasn't caught on a hot mic. He went on stage and bragged about this. In a moment where Chicago needs help, focus, leadership, he plays identity politics. It just doesn't make any sense. And even as a black man, you're not really helping us. You want to show that black leadership works, you have to fix the city. You got to make it safer. You have to balance the budget, invest in youth. You're just making everything into a punchline here. Because right now, Chicago is looking like the worst group project ever. And your big takeaway is that your squad is mostly black. Nah, man, like that's a terrible move. Here's the thing. Hiring should be about merit, not melanin.
Amen.
You want to prove that black leadership is strong, you hire the best. You put the sharpest minds in the right places.
Right.
Set the standard so high they can't deny us. That's how you uplift the community. Not by handing out jobs like participation trophies because someone checked the right demographic box. We need engineers who can fix potholes.
And it's about leadership too. So a little thing that I want to share with you guys. So my son had his first judo competition a couple of weeks back, and he took second. So they gave him a ribbon with a little medal on it, and he took it off, and he didn't want it because he said it was a participation trophy. So it's fathers, guys. It's a father that had a father who was also not in prison all of his life, somebody who actually believed in merit, hopefully someone who was an entrepreneur that guides and shapes the young man in his worldview and how he thinks and understands merit. When you have a father who teaches his son that he's a permanent victim and that it's another person's fault and somebody's an oppressor and he's oppressed, that young man is going to be a hater and he's going to end up in prison for the rest of his life. So it starts with the father. And that's why, again, I encourage all of you to homeschool your kids, form parallel systems of like-minded people, and invite people into the fold, like those black dudes I met at the gym a couple weeks back who told me that they'll never vote Democrat again after what the Democrat Party did to Donald Trump. They saw it as lawfare, and they didn't like it. And they honestly did not like it. And it was really interesting to me how they hate this DEI thing where they're trying to. One of these guys, as you saw in the video earlier, this blue-haired mafia public school teacher had his little boy wearing a dress at school, right? That they're grooming children. And so black men in particular are leaving the Democrat Party in droves because of that. And this guy, this mayor doubling down, this Brandon Johnson doubling down on that. What do they say? The worst thing you can do is repeat the same mistake over and expect different results. Well, that's what he's doing, is repeating the same mistake. Look, discriminating against somebody based upon their race it's a violation of equal protection. It violates the Civil Rights Act. But for some reason, Democrats seem to think it's okay. This DEI policy is blowing up in their face. It's a big problem. So I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? Put it in the comments. I want to know what you guys think.
Not pose for press photos. We need budget directors who can balance the books, not just talk about equity. When the bar is performance, everyone wins. The people get competent leadership, and black excellence gets showcased the way it should, through results, not just rhetoric. And let's be honest, nobody's inspired by a leadership squad that feels like it's cast by central booking instead of City Hall. This isn't an episode of The Wire. This is city government. If someone's main skill is looking good on a flyer or throwing around buzzwords like equity without touching a spreadsheet or fixing a problem, well, we have a problem. It's right. Insulting, honestly, because what you're saying is that being black is enough, that we don't need you to prove anything else. That's not equality. That's a setup for failure. That's how you build resentment and feed into negative stereotypes. If you want respect, earn it the same way every other leader is expected to, by delivering. Don't turn.
Many people say that Barack Obama was trying to create a race war by bringing this whole DEI thing and putting people into positions of power based on skin color or race, gender. I don't know. What do you give me a bunch of ones if you think that Barack Obama was trying to create a race war? Give me a bunch of twos if you think that I'm just a racist, bigot, and a homophobe.
Leadership into a social experiment gone wrong. Because when a city is crumbling, when lives are on the line, when kids are being shot and schools are being shut down, nobody cares about racial representation. They care about safety, results, and having leaders who give a damn about what they're doing. Diversity means nothing without competence. Merit has to come first, period.
Amen.
It's kind of like flying a plane. Do you care about the skin color of the pilot, or if the pilot actually knows what they're doing? Because if we don't focus on that, we're just running a city like it's a DEI themed group project, and everyone forgot to do the damn homework.
That's right.
And let's not forget, this is one of the worst mayors. I mean, it's possible he's worse than Lori Lightfoot. This is not his first scandal. He has tons of scandals. I mean, let's just cycle a few of them. He blew about $30,000 on hair and makeup for media appearances, spent tens of thousands of dollars upgrading his wife's office, pushed for pay raises and extra perks during a financial crisis, gave controversial contracts to politically connected groups, and totally and royally mishandled the migrant crisis and let the neighborhoods rot. So this DOJ probe, this didn't come out of nowhere. It's a pattern of incompetence by Brandon Johnson. Every time this man opens his mouth, he creates a new PR fire. Every time he makes a decision, it costs taxpayers more while delivering less. Now the feds are circling, his staff is lowering up, and the city morale is probably already on life support. Chicago is being run into the ground. And Mayor Brandon Johnson is a leader of this dumpster fire. By him using blackness as a shield and race as a hiring filter, he's undermining what real representation looks like. The message shouldn't be hire black people. It should just be hire great people, period. Because when you screw this up so bad, you're not really helping diversity, you're hurting it. So now we wait to see what the DOJ finds, and honestly, even if they clear him, he's probably has already lost the public. There's no way in hell he's going to get reelected. It's hard for me to believe that he will be reelected. If you want a role model, you got to start acting like a leader, because the people of Chicago don't care what color.
I disagree. I think the people in Chicago probably will reelect him, or illegal aliens will just get registered to vote at the DMV and vote for him anyways. Look, a lot of these blue cities are allowing illegal aliens to vote in local elections. And guess what shows up on the ballot next to the local candidate? The federal elections too. And the state governors and everything else, they're all on the same ballot sheets. So do you think some illegal alien's going to know they can't vote for that one if they're already legally allowed to vote in the local election? Think about that, guys. It's no mistake that when you give somebody free stuff, to come into your country, they're going to vote for the political party that gives them free everything. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. All right, let's get into the last video of the day. And this is a hilarious one. I know a lot of the cop watchers think that the police can do no wrong, but when a politician goes to an ICE facility or somewhere else and tries to attack people, I think they should expect to probably be arrested. Let's take a look at it. Give me 1 second, guys. Let's get it going. Okay, we got that, and here we go.
Just like you all, we will not take this from Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Do you guys remember a couple of weeks ago where a bunch of politicians from New Jersey wanted to check out the ICE facilities and the feds said no? So I've noticed, I'm sure you have noticed as well in the last couple of days, that everybody, including politicians, are completely crashing out when it comes to ICE and the immigration situation.
I know, and these people are having their children taken and their parents. What about my kids? Look at this. That's what happens to my kids.
How do you as white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problem.
That has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles.
Half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back.
Freaking retard.
Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go, I'd stand behind my back.
All right. Cool. Other hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
Complete idiot.
I mean, I don't know what homeboy was doing. That guy is a senator, and he got taken down like that.
Jackass.
But we're talking about Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. I think I'm pronouncing her name right. She's not getting a slap in the wrist for what she did. She could be staring down up to 17 years in prison. That's what's potentially on the table if these charges stick. So we have to ask the question, is this a legitimate legal response to what happened, or is this a political move disguised as prosecution? Let's talk about it. And while we're talking about power, politics, and federal moves, let me take a few seconds to talk to you about something that hits close to home. I'm turning 41 this year. My parents are now dealing with the Medicare situation, and obviously it's a complete maze. And while we're out here watching the DOJ drop felony charges over protests, they're also investigating some of the biggest Medicare companies in the country for straight up scamming seniors. So that's why I teamed up with Chapter. They're not like the other companies under federal heat. Chapter compares every Medicare.
Right, I gotta push this through. Let's get back to the video. Right about there.
It's New Jersey Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. She is facing federal charges in connection with a confrontation outside an ICE detention center in Newark just last month. A grand jury.
I mean, to be fair, she shows up at an ICE facility for political theater and attacks a federal agent, a federal officer. What did she think was going to happen, guys? What did she think?
Indicted her on 3 charges of assaulting federal law enforcement officers during the clash. McIver plans to plead not guilty. Her attorney called the prosecution political retaliation.
So we're already starting off pretty spicy in this situation here. This congresswoman, a sitting U.S. official, is catching federal charges for showing up outside an ICE detention facility like she's going full Storm the Bastille or something.
I have a question for PMSNBC and CNN and CBS and ABC and all the other leftist-run news organizations. Why aren't you calling this an insurrection? This is clearly an attempt to overthrow the government. Why is this not an insurrection, but a 3-hour riot at the state capitol is? That's the problem that I have with the news. That's why I invite you guys to tune into my show regularly, where I just give you the real news and let you make up your minds ultimately, and take polls from the audience to find out what you guys think. Some journalist who went to some commie lib journalism school doesn't get to decide what the news is. We the people do, guys. That's why everybody comes to Team MPE. Let's keep watching.
I mean, I did not expect that, but again, in the last couple of days, people are completely crashing out. She's getting indicted for assaulting federal agents. That's the kind of charge where the judge doesn't even blink, but just starts asking you if you want to wear orange or stripes in your prison uniform. So her lawyer says this is political retaliation.
And joining me now for her first interview since her indictment is Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver of New Jersey. So I just want to start at, do you still plan to plead not guilty to these federal charges?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to pleading not guilty. And the situation was escalated because of Department of Homeland Security and ICE. The whole tension of this situation, the whole...
Well, let me get this straight. She shows up at a detention center, tries to break down the gate and attacks a federal officer. And the spin by the left is that somehow this is free speech. I mean, free speech is the right to petition the government for redress, not attack them and assault them. Now, as soon as she put her hands on those people, that's called a battery, a harmful and offensive contact. That's called the law, guys. That's not speech. Putting your hands on someone, whether they're a federal officer or a private citizen, is a battery. But when you put your hands on a federal officer, there are much stronger penalties for that. And we can debate whether that's fair or not. I'm sure a lot of you don't think it is. And, my view is it's probably isn't, because I'm a libertarian. I think the punishment should be equal for everyone. But still, it is a battery, and it's a punishable offense. But I'm not sitting here and trying to say that the federal government somehow is a sacred cow. But my belief is, based upon the evidence that you can see with your own eyes, that she is guilty of criminal assault. Now, the federal penalties are much greater if you attack a law enforcement officer. And again, that's debatable whether or not that's fair. But the fact remains, she illegally trespassed on a prison installation and tried to attack, and did in fact attack, several federal officers. And so it's not speech, guys. That's not called speech. So anybody who says it is has your head up your ass. That is not speech. Okay, let's go.
People are calling it different things, rather a scuffle or, commotion that was happening. That was caused by ICE and Homeland Security. At the time...
You do believe that this is political?
Absolutely. I mean, when Haba was assigned to be the U.S. acting attorney in New Jersey, she pledged that she would use the office to, carry out Trump's...
So Julian said she was defending herself and didn't put her hands on them. You can see it in the camera, Julian. And trying to break into a prison means that federal officers are going to put their hands on you to keep you out, bro. Are you for real, dude? Seriously? What chapter of Antifa do you belong to, bro? Because you're just talking nonsense, man.
Agenda to, make New Jersey red and all of these other things that she said.
So this is going to be the actual legal defense, I'm assuming. And again, that happens all the time. Every official seems to find a way to say, this is just political retaliation. But do they actually have a point? Aren't going after McIver because of what she did, but because of what she represents. She was deep in the immigration crosshairs. And there's no secret, this is going to be the summer of immigration protests. ICE is going to have to deal with a whole lot of situations. And ICE, they're moving fast. They're deporting really, really quickly, and anyone standing in their way is going to catch heat. So here's the big question. Is this a real criminal case? Or are we just watching the feds use their weight like a toddler with a taser, zapping anyone who gets in their way? And if this is political, you're playing a dangerous game because, first of all, you're going to make this person that I did not know who this person was, a martyr. You turn people into martyrs. I did not know who this person was until this happened. And that's exactly what all these politicians want. They want to be the star. So they go out their way to crash out, to do this thing that we call political theater, to do a little pushing. I mean, look at that senator falling down, getting arrested. I mean, I wouldn't do something like that, but that's pretty embarrassing. Now people may know his name. I didn't know that senator from California. Yeah. It may be a bad idea to try to find a way to make people into martyrs because they become stronger. So if McIver is standing up for the migrants, whether they did crimes or not, apparently, I guess they don't care about that type of thing. And the DOJ slaps her with charges. You basically just gave her a cape and a cause. So let's not get it twisted. It looks like she was pushing and jostling with federal officers. That's a problem. You can't be out there treating ICE like they're mall security. Exactly. You are a congresswoman. You're not John Wick. What's the chances of her actually going to jail? Most likely, in my opinion, she does not go to jail. Either way, it's not just about this Congresswoman. It's about how far the federal government will go to flex on its authority and who gets caught in the crossfire when the muscle gets misused.
Let's bring in CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarlane. Scott, this case and that of labor leader David Huerta, they are raising questions about the DOJ's role here. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, two different parts of the country, but two very symmetrical cases. First of all, there was a preliminary hearing on the schedule in Newark Federal Court today for Congresswoman McIver. They're no longer going to have that preliminary hearing.
Everybody give me a bunch of ones from my homeboy Chevy. Thank you, Chevy. One of my biggest supporters. Chevy's been supporting my channel actively for at least a year. He's one of my biggest donors. He helps fuel and keep the channel alive. So if there's anybody I could point to for the support that I get most, it's Chevy. So please, guys, make sure to like and subscribe to his channel and make sure to give him a bunch of ones. I know he had some health issues a couple of months ago. He's a true patriot and he's an honorable guy. He's always supporting Chili de Castro and other people that I support. So just give him a bunch of love, guys. Chevy's a really good guy. Thanks for showing up, Chevy. I haven't been seeing you as much, and I'm hoping that your health is okay. And I know that you've been making some music and stuff. I got to check it out. But everybody, give me a bunch of ones for Chevy. You're just joining the tail end of the show tonight, Chevy. I'm starting to drag. Dude, I've been going live for about 3 hours and 46 minutes, man. I'm just like dying. But I wanted to get through this because I have depositions pretty much for the rest of the week, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to go live at night again. I will try to do some shows early in the morning, Chevy, but I've been getting up at like 5:30 and doing some PT with my son. I'm getting him ready for a judo competition, trying to get him strong. We've been doing pull-ups and push-ups and a lot of calisthenics at the park, taking him on long walks and sprints, doing wind sprints, trying to get him ready. I bought him a big judo mat, a big inflatable mat. I'm working on his throws with him and working on his newaza ground techniques, trying to show him how to get kazushi. And it's been really awesome, bro. Thanks, Chevy. Guys, give me a bunch of ones for Chevy. He donated $10 to Team MPE. That means a lot to me, dude, because I know you donate hundreds of dollars to other people's channels, and I don't know how you're able to afford it. But I really do appreciate the financial support. This is a donations-driven channel. And another way that you can support me, guys, is I don't have the book available, but you can pick up a copy of my book about my journey to becoming a practicing lawyer with no law degree or undergrad. And that book it's $19.99 and it's an ebook. And you go to my profile on PayPal and not PayPal, strike that. On my YouTube description, you do the drop-down menu. And I talk about the different states that offer law study programs where you can become a lawyer with no law degree or undergrad. And I talk about my journey, how I did it in California. And then ultimately I was waived into Texas because I'd already been practicing law for at least 10 years. So I got waived into Texas. I'm going to probably do the same thing in Arizona. It was too late for me to help Lane Myers. I had really bad sciatica at the time. But just to give you an idea, if you guys want to support the channel, you don't have to buy super chats. You don't have to buy memberships. Get a copy of my book. And even if you don't want to learn how to become a lawyer, you can at least get some tips from me of how to stay motivated when you're broke, when you're sleeping on park benches, when you're working at a Home Depot for $10 an hour and you want to improve your life. So it's a really inspirational book and it talks about how I was able to do it. So everybody, Chevy is a really legit guy, and I hope his health is all right. Throw me some comments, Chevy, that you're all right, and I agree with you, dude. Nice comment from Chevy. FK the cops, right on, bro. All right, as you guys know, I'm all about less government is more freedom. I don't like the modern day municipal police. Their government is their job is to raise revenue. Police officers have zero duty to protect private individuals. I believe it's the Warner case or the Warren case. I can't remember the citation right now. But according to the U.S. Supreme Court, law enforcement officers have zero duty to protect individuals. Their job is to protect the government and municipal property. And we saw that with the L.A. riots. If those Koreans had not had firearms, they would have been dead and their business would have been totally destroyed. Another reason why we should all support the Second Amendment. If the government has no duty to protect us and they also want to take away our guns, That's a problem for me. That is a huge problem. Anyways, let's get back into the show. Thank you, Chevy, for the donation and for showing up tonight. I do appreciate it. We've got about another 7 minutes to go, and we're going to wrap it up, guys. Thanks for staying with me. I still have at least 50 or 60 loyal followers that have stayed with me the whole time, but I sure am getting hungry, man. Whew.
Because a grand jury has returned this new indictment, which carries the prospect of prison time if Congresswoman McIver were to be convicted at trial. They're alleging here that she was part of this effort to impede federal agents, to obstruct the agents outside the Delaney Immigration Detention Center on May 9th. That's right there in Newark. There are so many parallels with this case and the one of David Huerta, the union leader in Los Angeles, arrested over the weekend, also accused of impeding federal agents at a facility there in Los Angeles. In neither case are they alleging specific injuries to anybody, but these are federal criminal charges which could result in prison time. And I think supporters of Mr. Huerta and supporters of Ms. McIver would argue this is an overreach by the Department of Justice, taking what appears to be uninjured individuals and turning this into felony federal criminal cases. That said, the Department of Justice has been unequivocal here. They're trying to send a message that this puts agents in danger and that this cannot be tolerated moving forward.
So this is where we are here. So regardless if anyone got hurt, they're saying no one got hurt. Not one ICE agent walked away limping, bleeding, or needing an ice pack. But still, we got federal felony charges on the table. And you can't turn a blind eye when you're trying to interfere with law enforcement, whether they're investigating or they're actually doing some kind of work right there. There's legitimate safety concerns. This is sending a message. I mean, they said it right there. We're sending the message. Don't bother doing this. So you can see what the Congresswoman's defense attorney is going to say. This is intimidation. That's the government picking and choosing who gets punished extra hard, not because of what they did, but because of what they represent. Think about what he just said. The Department of Justice is not stuttering. They flat out said, we're going to send a message. That tells us right away, listen, they're setting a tone for the future.
And so I think it's a pattern of what we see from this administration over and over again as they are using the different agencies, under the federal government to weaponizing these agencies against people who disagree with them, critics of them, and at this point, Democratic members who are doing their jobs. And so we've seen it play out. This is a part of their agenda, which is, to me, is always based around cruelty.
Federal law is federal law. If someone is interfering with law enforcement, even verbally, it's going to raise some eyebrows, especially if you're dealing with agencies like ICE who operate under strict federal mandates. Whether people agree with immigration enforcement or not, federal officers are bound by the law, and interfering with them can cross the line into criminal territory. But here where the tension is really lying, we gotta talk about transparency. One of the things I've noticed that Democrats, they want to go and check out the ICE facilities. They want to see what's going on because they're hearing reports of mistreatment. They're hearing reports of some crazy things happen. And of course, they try to push themselves into the facility when they were told not to, that they couldn't access this facility. Would it be nice for them to be able to do that? Again, transparency is very important on this channel. Yes, regardless if they agree with ICE's operations, they should be able to see what's going on in the whole process. I think it makes sense. Maybe it would alleviate some issues if there's rumors about how people are being treated in these detention facilities. Maybe it would make sense to have people come in and check out what's going on. But at the same time, both sides can't just try to use this as optics or political points, because I think for the most part, this Congresswoman, no one knew who she was until just now. And now she's one of those major players. Oh, look, she's getting treated. She's getting targeted by the federal government. Sassy. She must be a hero. That kind of thing that really doesn't really help anybody. Does it help the situation at all? Not really. It's just people there trying to score political points. And if everyone is doing that, everyone loses.
Very important to note the part about injuries too.
Really quickly, Sassy, I am going to reach out to Reluctant Prophet and try to see if there's anything we can do to try to keep the memory of Lane Myers alive and expose these corrupt government officials in Arizona. I mean, it's pretty damn corrupt. The stuff that I've been learning about the Pima County board and stuff is just unbelievable. But yeah, let's just finish up this video and then we'll wrap it up. All right, guys?
Because I didn't realize, when you think of it, no one was injured, but then these very, very serious charges are being brought out. So today we know Attorney General Pam Bondi, she claimed looters arrested in Los Angeles will be prosecuted by the DOJ. Let's listen to what she had to say.
this isn't just looting to me. You think people just run in, take something, leave, and nothing happens? We're using the Hobbs Act. We are charging robbery to protect Californians under this. If you loot a store, we are going to charge you with robbery under the Hobbs Act, and you're looking at maximum 20 years in prison. But we're going to prosecute you for that.
I didn't know what the Hobbs Act until she said it. So they're not playing around. Clearly, they are being very, very aggressive with the federal government in Pan Bondi. So the Hobbs State is a law designed to stop interstate commerce crimes and violent robberies. And now is being pulled off the shelf to charge people for looting during protests. So I'll tell you this right now, guys. If you are in California and you're looking to loot, you don't even care about the cause. You're only there to check out what's going on and maybe get a TV or two. Maybe you should stay home. Like that, don't bother. I mean, you're not even there for the right reasons. You're not even there to protest. You're there to try to get some free stuff. I mean, they're being very clear. The DOJ isn't talking about the big heist or armed robberies like you see on movies. They're talking about someone.
And speaking of what's the matter you, I mean, that's his take on it. And if he's still here, and Kinetic, if you're still around, correct me if I'm wrong. His take on it is that the government's flooding the country with illegals and encouraging these riots so they can fuel the prison industrial complex. And that's something that we should also think about, because that's common sense. I mean, we know they've got a lot of private prisons. They want to keep them filled, and they make an enormous amount of money. And who do they give money to? Politicians, to help them get reelected. So there's probably a lot more. There's probably a lot more than meets the eye. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree that that could be a potential reason why they're flooding the country with illegals and encouraging riots. I think that they're encouraging riots, both sides, the communist Chinese, as well as Palantir and these other big companies, is so they can perfect their surveillance technology. I really do believe that. If I were you guys, I would stay as far away from those places as possible. I mean, they're literally running Craigslist ads and paying people hundreds of dollars to attend these riots. They're dropping off pallets of bricks for them. What if this is like a false flag operation where the CIA is trying to perfect their surveillance technology? And now with this thing going on, dude, this Hobbs thing, that could what's the matter? You might be onto something. And something I didn't really think about, but I think that he might be right. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you agree that that's their end game. Give me a bunch of twos if you think I'm a crazy, me and what's the matter you are crazy conspiracy theorist tinfoil hatters. I want to see what you guys have to say. We're almost done, guys.
Running into a Foot Locker with a pair of Jordans. Don't do it. I mean, 20 years, this law is for criminal organizations like the mafia doing stick-ups at banks. I mean, this is very aggressive. It feels like swatting a fly with a wrecking ball, but obviously this is not what McIver is charged with. But this is where the DOJ is heading right now. They're ramping things up, and they're not just charging crimes, they're trying to make examples. Let me know if you think looters should be prosecuted up to 20 years in prison. No one's gonna go to jail for 20 years for this, but it's interesting, right? When the government uses these tools designed for major crimes to handle local unrest, then I guess that sends a signal that the normal processes aren't enough anymore. But again, we are in California where crime is a big, big issue because there's a lot of progressive policy. So it can go either way. Yeah. It can go either way.
For a prosecution, it can be a remarkable burden in and of itself, trying to defend yourself against a felony Hobbs Act charge. This is something the Department of Justice is using not only to seek justice in these cases, but to send a message moving forward not to engage in looting, in robbery, be it in Los Angeles or during unrest elsewhere.
Yeah. All right. Scott McFarlane, thank you for your time today.
Don't loot the Apple Store. Those iPads are not worth you spending a long time in jail. They're not playing anymore. But let me know what you guys think about this in the comments below. I think right now the Trump administration has, I think, one of the more positive polling when it comes to immigration. Most people do agree with Trump and what he's doing with the immigration. It's a slight majority, but there is a majority. And obviously the other side is really crashing out. Will this approach work? Or will they just create, and I'm talking about the DOJ, more martyrs, more heroes to cause even...
Hey, what is this thing right here? Does anybody know what this is? So I'm going to back this up a little bit. I'm going to back that ass up. Hold on. This guy's holding... Is that like one of those...
Agree with Trump and what he's doing with the immigration. There's a slight majority, but there is a majority. And obviously the other side is really crashing out. Will this approach work? Or will they just create, and I'm talking about the DOJ, more martyrs, more heroes?
What is that thing? Is that one of those like, hold on. See that, guys? Can somebody tell me what that is? Is that one of those things that's filled with like pepper balls? Like a less lethal thing? I've never, it reminds me of something from a sci-fi movie. What is that thing? Somebody tell me. Let's keep going.
To cause even more issues. I think ICE is going to continue to do what they're doing. Obviously, there's some people who are really upset about that, and the crash outs are going to continue to happen throughout the summer. So keep it locked. I mean, right here in New York City, there's still planned protests. They're out there. They're doing their thing. Nothing compared to what's going on in LA. It is, I want to say it's night and day, but we're not in the same ballpark the way what's happening in New York City, where a few people are getting arrested, some pushing, there's some shoving, but LA is full on war to a point where the National Guard had to be over there. And I don't think the National Guard needs to be in New York City. So let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Do you believe this is an appropriate response or this is maybe a bit heavy-handed? Let me know what you guys think. Thank you for taking time to watch this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
All right, guys. So that was pretty fun. I got to enjoy some time with you guys. I always appreciate that. Let me see if I can get myself. All right. So I don't know. I'm still having some issues with my green screen and my audio, but hopefully my audio is better. Hopefully I don't sound. Do I sound? Give me a bunch of ones if I still sound like I'm in an echo chamber. Give me a bunch of twos if you think my audio is okay. Give me a bunch of threes if you think that I need to improve the audio. Because before, so I have this really, really high quality microphone, like a big mic, but for some reason, when I switched over to Restream, it hasn't been working right. So I thought it was, and literally what was going on is this camera that I'm looking at has a microphone, and the last few videos that I've done, it was picking up my audio from that, and I didn't know. And so it sounded like a freaking horrible echo chamber. And one of the things that Chili told me a long time ago is that audio is the single most important thing when you're going to do a live stream or any kind of videos on YouTube. And so I've just been kicking myself. Man, all my audio quality was so bad. But anyways, I'm hoping that it was better this time. Okay, you like the audio? Chevy says I'm cool. He gave me a 5x5 on the audio. So yeah, my head shine. I know, dude. Well, I have a naturally greasy skin as it is. I don't need Kerry lotion. I never get ashy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's so Donald Hill says it's okay. So Donald Hill disagrees. So hold on, I'm looking at the comments, guys. Just bear with me. Let me see if I can put the comments up on. Hold on a minute. See if I can put them up here. Okay. Yeah, so Life Under's giving me some twos too. So it sounds like I need to do some improvements with the audio. Obviously, I need to do some improvements with the video. I'm going to do my best to try and get my microphone working for the next show. I don't know when I'm going to be able to do another like one of these kind of shows. I'm probably going to only be able to do the early morning workout shows for the next couple days because I'm just buried, guys. I'm completely overwhelmed in my law practice. I would love to be able to be like a Chili DeCastro and do this full time, but I don't think I'm going to ever be at his level where I'm going to be able to support my family doing YouTube. But in any event, I'm trying to figure out a way to build an audience and to use my legal expertise and my 20 years in practice to try to bring my peace of mind to you guys. I know I'm not like most people. Being a lawyer, I'm a blue-collar guy as well. And the one thing that makes me different than most lawyers is that I believe in natural law. And so in closing, I just want to tell you guys, we need to form parallel systems of like-minded people who believe that our rights come from a creator, not from the government, and that we need to homeschool our children. We need to homestead. We should be growing our own food. And if you have a business, you should be marketing your products to people on my show who are like-minded. And I'm willing to pay a little bit extra to not have to go to a Target or a Walmart, right? I'm willing to pay a little bit extra to buy things from you. If you've got a service company and you're in Nevada, you do air conditioning, you do heating, plumbing, I'd rather give you the money than someone else to do that for me. And, I just think that we really need to do that. So I encourage everybody on my channel, everybody that you see in the chat box, to like and subscribe to their channels and to start reaching out to them and start doing business together, just like our founding fathers did. We need to do that. We need to do like what Martin Luther King did. Stop shopping at these government run or government sponsored businesses, this DEI crap that they support. Start doing business with people based on merit and trust, with like-minded people that you care about. So let me see here. Where were you people the last 4 years? Shad Baker says, hey, we've been here, bro. We've been around. You just haven't been with us. But let's see here. Let me look at the comments here and see if there's anything else. What do you think happens with the people who accept $6,000? A new neighbor? I'm not sure. Anyways, with that being said, guys, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save, because we never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. So make sure to double tap that screen. Go back and check out my other videos too. Please look at all my shorts, guys, the guys that are with me. Please look at my shorts and like them. Share them on Twitter. Share them on Facebook. Do everything you can to drive traffic to my channel so we can build Team MPE up. I think right now I'll tell you right now, we picked up about, it's kind of dismal. We only got about 40,000 views tonight. It's not like the good old days, is it, guys? Remember when I was getting like 100,000, 200,000 views a show? You can tell that YouTube is really cracking down on patriotic channels big time. Let's take a look and see how many subscribers we got so far. So I'll just tell you, when I started out helping Chili with his channel, I had about 3,000 subscribers. And so now, after about a year in, I've got 57,398 subscribers. That's a big deal, guys. I mean, look, I don't do this full time like Chili. I come on when I can. And I know how hard it is to pick up subscribers. So it means a lot to me that I've been able to, with your help, build the channel. I'm blown away, to be honest, because I'm not a John Felix. I'm not a Chili DeCastro. I'm just a lawyer who tries to teach you things. I'm a blue-collar guy who became a lawyer with no law degree or undergrad, and I try to inspire people, because if I could do it, you could do it too, and that's all I want to do. I'm not here to try to prove that I'm smarter than you guys. That's not what I'm all about. So I'm really, really grateful to guys like What's the Matter You and Chevy. I'm not a dogmatic guy. If you can prove that I'm wrong, that's the way it goes. I'm not going to entrench myself in a position that's not tenable. And that's why I like to surround myself with people who have differing views. But they're like-minded when it comes to certain things, like our rights come from a creator. Our rights don't come from the state. And because of that, they're unalienable, guys. That's why I have a problem with Marxists and most Democrats. I'm not into the Luciferian religion of mutilating children and burning American flags. I'm still an American, true blue. I bleed red, white, and blue. So I appreciate you guys joining me. And again, in closing, thank you guys. Thank you for your support. Thanks for the kind words, Jody. In closing, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save. Pick up a copy of my book if you can afford it. That's a great way to support the channel. But make sure to save. Always save for later viewing. That really helps me with the algorithm. So all my videos, go and save all of them for later viewing. When you're on a long haul truck ride or whatever, listen to them. I've got a lot of good stuff that I share with you about a vast variety of topics. I don't just do cop watch stuff and attack the government. I do a lot of things that talk about your rights, the law. I did one with John Felix the other day, which was a really good one. Most of my videos, you're going to find them on the live, not on the regular video section. So click the live section and look at those videos. And if anybody can help me with video production, with this kind of crap, it looks shitty tonight. Like anybody who's got any suggestions or ideas for lighting, audio, if anybody's a pro at editing videos, I have no problem giving you shouts out and supporting your business on my channel, because I really want to do quality productions for my audience. So, and I'm not a pro at it, I admit it. So anyways, guys, again, Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save, because we never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. Semper Fi.